Good morning. I will now call to order the November 26, 2025 meeting of Budget Committee to order. Mr. Deputy Clerk, for the record of this meeting, please note that Mayor Haxon is absent with notice. Takes us to item B on the agenda, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from members of council or committee? I have one. It was in the addendum package that was circulated, the addendum package 3, and it was the Built Heritage Strategy Implementation, so that is DS 26004. I own a company that owns a listed heritage property within East Gwillimbury, and so when that item does come up for consideration, I will turn it over to Councillor Leahy to handle the deliberations on that item. Item C on the agenda, land acknowledgement statement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaties First Nations and other Indigenous peoples, and on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as East Gwillimbury's closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. So that takes us to item D in the agenda, which is presentations, and we have none at this time. Item E are deputations, and we have none at this time, and lands us with F, the 2026 business plan and budget. And the first item today is the 2026 water and wastewater business plan budget, and I will turn it over to Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. We're continuing on day 3 of our budget deliberations. Excuse me. As you mentioned, on the agenda right now is our water and wastewater budget presentation. After that, we'll be going through addendum 3, which you've just received late last week, which contains a summary of the amendments that have been made to date and amendments that need to be discussed further. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to General Manager Molinari to go through his budget.
Thanks, Warren, and through you, Mr. Chair. We're at the water wastewater budget, and if I can bring everybody to page 111 for the departmental overview. So our water and wastewater org chart is split into 2 functional areas, with the water and wastewater operations area completing testing and operations work in the field, and the operational support, compliance, and approvals area looking after the in-office component of the operation. And that would include our drinking water quality management system, capital projects, and approvals. So the business unit is supported by 14 full-time positions. And if we can move to page 115 to the tax-supported budget summary. So the main drivers for the 2026 water wastewater budget are the regional charges, which the town has no control over. And those regional charges for water and wastewater account for just over $1 million of the $1.3 million increase. So for the roughly $270,000 component, which is the town's, that's primarily made up of salaries and benefits increases of about $22,000. There's a cost of living contingency increase of about $45,000, and an increase to direct costs of $125,000. The remaining $78,000 to $80,000 is for minor increases related to growth and inflation, primarily made up of about $23,000 for contracted services, about $20,000 increase for courier and mail processing, which is the result of monthly billing costs, and we have another increase for our materials and supplies, about $21,000. Plus an increase in utilities of about $8,000. So lots of small increases over a wide number of areas. and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Molinari. Folks here at the dais and folks virtually. Mr. Molinari, back to you.
Okay, so moving along to previously approved capital. That would be Addendum 1, Item 1, page 3. And if we look at the bottom of the page, we can see that there are about, there are 14 previously approved capital projects. From these, 4 are to be closed or are awaiting delivery of fleet. 7 are on track to be completed in 2026, and the remaining 3 are multi-year projects targeted for completion in 2027. And I won't go through them all, but if council has any questions, happy to answer.
Members of committee on these outstanding capital projects? Mr. Molinari, I'm seeing none.
Okay. So moving along to proposed capital, that's on pages 336 to 345. So there's really for 2026, we've got 2 projects, 2 new capital projects, and we've, similar to our road rehab project whereby we bundled those into the basic operations and capital into a single project, we've done the same thing for water and wastewater. So this year we have WW 26001, which is our water rehab program, which includes a number of capital projects, including some design for a number, or construction for a design that was completed for a number of water mains in Sharon. We've got detailed design for another water main in Holland Landing on Mount Albert Road. And on our, and that budget is a grand total of about $4.4 million. We also have, similarly, our wastewater rehabilitation program, which again is an annual program that captures many of the capital projects that are identified as being deficient through previous studies. And that project is quite modest in 2026. It's just $50,000 for some construction repairs, minor repairs that are required, as well as $10,000 for some additional maintenance of our background materials to support the capital budget. And that's it for 2026, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Molinari. Members of the dais, Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Molinari, can you explain a little bit more about the water rehabilitation program? The project was almost $4.5 million. We've seen a $600,000 increase, which is what you're looking for in this. I'm a little bit confused because you're citing a couple of open capital projects, and then this isn't really showing the old numbers and what the new top up is. So I had to do a little bit of math, but I'm seeing a $600,000 increase. Can you tell us more about this project, please?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. This project is really a combination of a couple of different items. It's a catch-all for a number of repairs that are required on our water system. That includes there was a design previously in a previous capital project for a pretty significant amount of design work on water mains in Sharon, which includes Howard, Mount Albert Road and Morton Avenue and some others that were part of a grant funding project. It was a multi-year project that completed the design. This particular year in 2026, we're looking to do get the construction budget approved for that. So that's the lion's share of the water rehab program. In addition, we have detailed design for a water main in Holland Landing on Mount Albert Road. The region is going to be doing some road work, and we're looking to partner with them on that design so that we can do the work comprehensively at once while the region does their road rehabilitation. So that's also a fairly significant design that will be completed by the region through their consultant, but we will be funding the bill for that. There's also some additional work that's required to upgrade our bulk fill station. The station works, but it has been problematic for us for a number of years. So this budget will assist to upgrade that bulk fill station so it remains operational and is doing what we want it to do. And that essentially is what takes us up to the 4.4 million.
Thank you. In future, it would be helpful for me. I know in the past I've been kind of conditioned to, when there's a large project that's going to be very expensive, there's a design portion and there's a construction portion. And we've done that with parks and with engineering. And in this case, having a catch-all project that's over $5 million isn't helpful for me to understand what it is exactly that I'm approving. For me, if it was separated out with the water mains in Sharon, the detailed design for Holland Landing, and a separate project for the bulk fill station, which doesn't sound like it has to do anything with water mains, I would be more comfortable. Thank you.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Molinari. This is more of a generic question, but I think it might be helpful for folks at home to know. From my perspective, the work that we have on our water mains is rare when there's an emergency. I compare us to other communities, and I hear about water mains breaking there far more often than they do in East Gwillimbury. And maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe it's whatever. What percentage of the work that we do would you say is proactive maintenance versus reactive maintenance? Maybe it's not a fair question, but it seems like we're pretty lucky when it comes to not having water main. I know we have them, but compared to other communities, I think we're pretty lucky. Now, is that just because we're on top of the preventative maintenance, or what's the I'm giving you a chance here to brag. So,
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a good question. And actually, being able to assess water mains that are full of water, it's actually difficult to go in and assess their condition in a meaningful way. There is technology that tries to look at that, and we have tried some of that, but it really comes down to it's very difficult to predict when a water main is going to have a failure. Oftentimes it could be something that's in the bedding, there's a rock or something was put down during construction, and it takes a couple years for that to find its way and actually cause a failure. So sometimes, but what we do is we note where we have had some failures, and if we have a few of them, then we know there's probably something going on with that particular location. So we will proactively go out. We'll maintain our valves. We'll exercise them to make sure they're in good working condition, and through our operating budget, we assess the age of our water main. We look at breaks, and we are fortunate in EG that our network is fairly young still. When you compare that to a city like Toronto that has water mains that are well over 100 years old, including wood valve boxes and things like that. We don't have any of that. We have all fairly brand new infrastructure that's in pretty good shape, but we have actually noticed an increase in some of our water main breaks in the last couple of years. And we keep a close eye on that. So through our annual monitoring, we've been able to look at our 10-year forecast, and if we see a few water main breaks in certain areas, we'll do a little bit of exploratory work on them and see if there's some sort of upgrades that are required. So there's a little bit of science, but a lot of it is just having staff that are out there monitoring, looking at the system day after day, and having a good understanding of what's happening in the system, and having a good robust plan to be able to manage the system. I hope that answers it.
Any other members? Mr. Molinari, I believe you have the next section.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moving along to our 10-year capital, that's on Addendum 1, Item 2, page 7. So our water wastewater 10-year capital is valued at about $8.5 million. That includes about $6.2 million for our water rehabilitation and water quality projects, another $1.5 million for our wastewater operations to manage and maintain our network, and finally about $665,000 for fleet replacements. And happy to answer any questions on our 10-year.
Members of committee, I see folks are just going through their papers and they're just looking, so I'll just make sure to give everybody adequate time to review and any questions to Mr. Molinari regarding 10-year capital? Looks like I'm seeing none, Mr. Molinari. I just want to make sure I've got to give everybody adequate time, as I see a few folks are still looking at some papers. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question about 10-year capital, but I did want to come back to the operating portion. Page 113 and 114, the rates that are proposed for 2026 are listed, but the prior fees and rates are not listed. So I'm just wondering how much have those fees gone up? I see that our revenue, total revenue is projected to increase by 11%. So I'm just wondering by how much the variable rates and the fixed rates have increased. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall, would you like to respond?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. The water rates included in the budget have an increase of 3%, and the wastewater rates have an increase of 4%, so a blended average of 3.5% in accordance with the water not master plan, sorry, the rate study that was just recently completed.
Members
And the,
sorry, go
and
ahead,
the fixed
Councillor Roy
charge,
DeClemente.
sorry, and the fixed charge over on page 114, have those also increased by 3.5%?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
So we're increasing both the rates and the fixed charges.
That's correct.
Members of committee, anything from Mr. Marshall on this kind of from a global perspective versus the specifically to 10-year capital? Anything further? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, staff have kind of advised us with respect to the property tax budget that what the average increase would be for the average household. I'm wondering if staff can tell me how much more people will be paying for water. What percentage or what dollar value this will increase their average bill on?
Mr. Marshall.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I believe the number was about $4 per month, the combined increase for water and wastewater.
So members of Budget Committee, this means that our residents will be paying another $48 a year for water on top of whatever increase we're implementing on our property taxes. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much through you, Acting Mayor Johns. So the $4 per month, which is $48 a year increase for water, what is that in a percentage increase? Some people compare dollars and dollars, and some people compare percentage increases. So what would that be in a percentage increase this year?
Mr. Marshall.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a blended average of 3.5%.
Mr. Molinari, I am not seeing anything further. So I will need a resolution. So be it resolved that the 2026 Water and Wastewater Business Plan and Budget Review be received. Councillor Crone, any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Or Mr. Molinari, back to you, Mr. Marshall, for item number 2, which is Budget Committee deliberations continued.
Keith, so through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer you to Addendum Package 3, which has a summary of, the last page of Addendum Package 3 has a summary of amendments that have been endorsed by the committee and the list of proposed amendments that need to be addressed. So I would suggest that we could go to that page and go through and discuss the amendments that have been listed on those pages.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. So the first one is the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, and it's capital project, eyes are going a bit, 26002, Resident Service Experience and Improvement Lead. And that was the original amount, was $226,100, and the revised amount that we approved, that we discussed and approved, was $113,000. We have Councillor Laura Lee Carruthers.
Thank you. I'm happy to move this amendment. I think I was the one that suggested this, so I'd be happy to put this on the floor.
Mr. Marshall has a comment, question?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the first one was already moved and approved through Budget Committee. The second table are the ones that need to be addressed. And if the previous page has one on the operating program, that needs to be addressed as well.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Deputy Clerk, would you mind moving back to the other screen? Or whoever's control, awesome, wonderful, thank you very much. And we have Councillor Roy DiClemente with her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last evening, I presented, I sent in a number of, well, as a bit of a joke, I sent in 6 or 7 amendments. But I sent in a resolution proposed that we would actually reduce this amount to 0, and that service standards would be established by in-house staff and not a contracted specialist. So I don't know if the deputy clerk has that available. I figured we might as well address that while we're on this item.
Wonderful. So just from a point of clarification, it was my error to start reading numbers 1 through 7 because number 1 was already discussed. In speaking with our deputy clerk just in advance of this morning, in order to have a discussion on this again, we would need a committee to vote to reconsider the item, and then we could have the discussion surrounding that amendment, is what I've been advised. So,
Fair enough. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to make the motion that we reconsider this matter, and obviously you'll have to put that to a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente. So the item for reconsideration is 26002 is the item that the councillor is looking to have reconsidered. It has been moved. Is there any discussion on this? All those in favor of reconsidering to have a discussion? Councillor Foster, Councillor Johns, Councillor Roy DiClemente. All those opposed? We have Councillor Crone, Councillor Carruthers, one abstention, which means no, which means the vote fails. Okay. So, takes us to the remaining budget committee amendments for consideration. Corporate Services, 26010, a bylaw policy and information system review and update. Somebody that would like to speak to that? Any members of staff like to speak to that? No, nobody wants to speak to it. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. What happens if we don't approve this?
Mr. Chair, perhaps I'm just going to ask that you circle back to this one. GM Gandhi is dealing with an operational matter that is why she's not sitting at the table right now. Perhaps once she returns, because this would be corporate services area, be more appropriate to have the general manager speak to this. So with committee's indulgence, I would suggest maybe just park this one for a bit until she is able to join us.
Okay, so that would be corporate services is item 2 and item 3. And so what I'll do is I will move forward to item 4, which is development services, which is the built heritage strategy implementation, of which I declared a conflict. So at this time, I will step back. I will turn it over to Councillor Leahy to lead the discussion, and then I will rejoin after committee's deliberations.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor Johns. Is there any discussion around item number 4, development services, built heritage strategy implementation? The revised amount is $370,377. It's a new capital budget request as per report DS 2025-34. Councillor Foster.
Thank you. I certainly would like to move this amendment so we can move forward with this. I hope that we still have time to get done what we need to get done. Thank you.
I see Councillor Carruthers' hand up. Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you. Can we get some more details on this? Reading the sheet, it says it's the cost to hire a planner for 12 months and $370,000 to hire a planner seems a little bit rich. I know there's other costs involved in the heritage strategy. And I just want to make sure that that 370 isn't just for the planner, but also includes the other costs related to the built heritage strategy.
Thank you. Would our acting interim general manager like to comment on that? A breakdown of the items in that $370,000.
Thank you. And Councillor Leahy, this is Councillor Carruthers, I believe, posed the question. Yes, this is for the planner and also for the tackling the designation for the 23 properties prioritized for further study in our Heritage Registry Review Report from 2021. So it is, in fact, for both those items. Thank you.
Would it be possible then to get a breakdown? Because I'm uncomfortable approving $370,000 when it says it's for to hire a planner on a 12-month contract, and it doesn't specify that there's quite a significant cost in designating those 23 properties. I think we need a breakdown to show what is going to consultants and what is going to the costs and fees involved in designating those 23 properties.
Thank you, and we can update the sheet and bring it back to council. Thank you.
Can you just give us orally a quick idea of whether it's, how that's broken down, how much is for the consultant, how much is for other?
And I may refer this to the GM of Finance as well, but it is approximately, I believe, 140 for the 1-year contract for the heritage planner, and the remainder for the 23 properties that have been identified.
Thank you very much.
Yes, as chair, I don't need to raise my hand. I can just. So I would like to ask a question myself too, to follow up. So what, if you could share with us, what breakdown that's still over $130,000 at least for a 1-year process, in addition to a salary for a heritage planner. So what fees are involved, and what would be involved that would create that much of a cost for 23 properties? Are we?
And through you, Madam Chair, this is essentially for, so there's essentially a budget item provided for each of the 23 properties that would be investigated. That would generally involve the heritage impact assessment for each of those properties, as well as in bringing each of those reports forward to a public meeting and a recommendation report to council as well for their consideration. It is, I would say, it is an estimate, and the estimate does cover any kind of anticipated costs that we do see forthcoming in that process. So I don't anticipate councillor spending all those dollars, but I want to plan for the eventuality of all of those properties potentially being designated.
Thank you very much. I see that our CAO would like to speak, and then I see that Councillor Roy DeClemente has her hand up. Yes, thank you.
Madam Chair, through you, just to sort of provide one little bit of elaboration on what the acting GM has said, that works out to, if my math is right, about $10,000 per property that we are trying to move towards designating, and then the cost of the planner that's going to sort of coordinate and ensure that that program stays on track during that period. So that's really the breakdown down to the property level. I think the question was a good one, and it does lack some detail that we can add in if required.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roy DeClemente?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My suggestion, I am in support of this. I know that we have spent quite a bit of time working on the strategy and working to support the work of our Heritage Advisory Committee, who've been chomping at the bit to protect these properties and get things rolling. I did present an amendment, a suggested amendment for the funding source for this project. The lion's share of this amount was originally coming from the Arts and Culture CCC, and I would much prefer to see some of that CCC to be reserved for arts and culture matters. I know that the committee is looking to try and find ways to develop a master plan and do, public art and so on. So my proposal was that 110,000 of this project be from the Arts and Culture CCC, and that 100,000 come from General Capital Reserve. And the reason I put that forward was that there's a almost $99,000 in estimated interest coming into that reserve. So we would essentially be untouching the principal, or leaving the principal untouched, and that 160,000 is coming from deferred revenue. So I wanted to put that amendment on the floor, and of course move this project forward. Thank you. So perhaps the clerk could assist in putting that resolution on the screen.
Thank you very much. So I have a question with regard to the funding source, and a significant chunk of it coming from, at the suggestion of Councillor Roy DeClemente from the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. What is the potential impact? Perhaps our treasurer might be able to answer this question on the projects that are being funded currently, and the commissioning of sculpture, et cetera, for the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee if the funds are taken from that source.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So both the CCC for Arts and Culture Reserve and the General Capital Reserve have sufficient funding to accommodate this request. We've recommended the Arts and Culture CCC because it's related to arts and culture, but if there is a desire to mitigate the impact on the CCC by using general capital, that is fine as well.
I'm just, maybe our CAO might want to comment on this. I'm concerned that we're starting now to take funds from other sources to implement these plans. So while I see that there's sort of a general connection between heritage and arts and culture, but could you elaborate on whether or not there's a source, another source of heritage that might be considered in addition to the general capital reserve?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. I misspoke. The reserve is Arts and Cultural Heritage Reserve Fund that we're taking it from, not Arts and Culture. I misspoke.
Okay.
So it's actually called Arts and Cultural Heritage.
Oh, very good.
So
Okay.
that's why we've recommended that. So
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that clarification. That's where my confusion was coming into. And thank you. So, okay, so we're awaiting the clerk to consider this amendment that's at the table before us now. And so should we update and correct the arts and cultural heritage? It should say heritage in there, Mr. Clerk. Item number 1. Oh, yes. Oh, Tara, yes? Sorry, Councillor Roy DeClemente, yes?
Sorry, so you and I are actually in alignment when we were talking, when you're asking about the funding source. So what I've done is the original budget request had the lion's share of the funding coming from the CCC. And I've simply spread out the impact. With this resolution, I've simply spread out the impact of the project to take some from the CCC as well as some from the General Capital Reserve, and then the rest coming from deferred revenue as outlined in the report, so in the proposal. So what I was trying to do was make sure that we didn't draw down the Arts and Cultural Heritage CCC, because I felt like we needed it for other matters as well.
Yes.
So this was my rationale for it, and it sounded like the treasurer certainly was understanding that this was not necessarily supportive, because that's not his role, but was understanding where I was trying to go with this.
Very good. Thank you for the clarification, and thank you, Mr. Clerk, for updating it. It now says correctly Arts and Cultural Heritage CCC in item number 1. So if everyone has a chance to read this, Councillor Carruthers, yes?
Thank you. We have a Heritage CCC, Arts and Culture Heritage CCC, and that's exactly what this is for. To me, this is not general capital, because this isn't really, it's not general, it's very specific to heritage. So I'm fine with the way our GM of Finance has presented this to us, with it coming from the Arts, Culture, and Heritage CCC, and the balance coming from developer contributions. So I won't be supporting this motion, just because I believe that that's why the CCC is there, is for exactly this type of project. Heritage is right in the name. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments before we vote on this? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amended motion as seen before us? And that is approved. Thank you very much. And so we'll move on to item number 5, and I will pass the chair back to Councillor Johns. Oh, yes, oh, yes. Mr.
Madam
Clerk?
Chair,
Yes.
just to clarify, that vote was for the amendment?
Yes,
And you
for
would
the
still go back to the main motion and then do a separate vote on the main motion as amended?
Oh, okay, so we need to do another vote. Okay. So we have approved the amendment to the motion, and now we have to go back and approve the original motion. Oh, our CAO, do you have any comment to make before we vote on the original motion?
I was just observing that if you're still on this item,
Yes.
because I thought at one point you were talking about passing the chair
I
back.
did, so we'll
Not
have to
my-
pass it back. I'll have to take it back.
Not my place, but I'm just,
Okay, well, I'm
Pointing that
taking
out,
back the
thanks.
chair, Councillor Johns, just to alert you to that fact. So we're going back to the original motion of development services, the Built Heritage Strategy implementation. And so I would like to take a vote of all those in favor. And that is approved. So both were approved for item number 4, and now we are moving on to item number 5, and I am passing officially the chair back to Mr. Johns, Councillor Johns. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Leahy. Okay, so that takes us, as we're working through our list, is the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Department. And it has to do with River Drive Park exterior accessibility lift and door modification. So this is a revision. Mr. Karmazin, did you wish to speak to the revision?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. With this particular capital project, staff are proposing a significant decrease in the scope to include the operational necessity of an accessibility lift and a door operator in lieu of the full ramp removal and reconstruction, and pausing the extensive interior renovations pending an update to the Parks and Recreation and Culture Master Plan and a review of our community facilities that will be proposed to Council for the 2027 budget. I'd be happy to answer any questions with regards to the revised proposed capital project.
Thank you, Mr. Karmazin. Councillor Carruthers.
I'm happy to move this one. I think we had extensive discussion about this earlier, and I just wanted to thank staff for listening to what we said and coming back with the revision and the revised amount.
So Councillor Carruthers has moved this item. Is there discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving through to item 6, remaining with Mr. Karmazin, Parks, Recreation, and Culture, is the Mount Albert Lions Community Center automatic transfer switch. This is also a revision. Mr. Karmazin.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. For this particular capital project, staff are again proposing a significant decrease in the scope of work to include a truck-mounted or a trailer-mounted generator plug-in point and a transfer switch in lieu of a full standby generator. Staff will look to work with our partners in EPW to potentially utilize an existing trailer-mounted generator or a potential rental agreement contract with an emergency third-party service provider. Happy to answer any questions with regards to the revised capital submission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karmazin. Members of the committee? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor John. So my question, and it came up in our previous discussion, I just wanted to have the opportunity to confirm what we had discussed previously, that there was some debate about the cost of this, and so now it has been revised to a lower amount. And I'm curious about the opinion of our emergency services, including the fire chief potentially, whether in terms of our emergency preparedness, is it better to have a permanent generator rather than one on a truck or one that we have to get through a third party? What are the potential downsides of not investing in a permanent generator on site at that community center? in the case of an emergency.
So you have directed this to our fire chief. I will note that if our facilities team wishes to comment as well, I want to open the floor up to that. And
For clarification through you, Mr. Chair, my question is directed to the fire chief because I'm just wondering, in the overall plan for emergency services, what sort of best practices in terms of generators in a community center?
Mr. Mayprice.
Through the chair to the councillor. My answer would be it depends. Certainly critical infrastructure like fire stations, pumping stations, water, things like that, I would recommend that it's best practice to have fixed generating facilities to ensure 100% redundancy 24/7. Buildings that are not designed to be used immediately in an emergency situation, the installation of tap sets and mobile generators is a common practice, and I would certainly consider acceptable in buildings not designed for continuous emergency use in the event of an emergency.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. It makes me more confident in terms of the decisions when we're making them. Just out of curiosity, while I have you on this topic, would you mind, I know it's a little bit off budget topic, but would you mind telling us how many designated sites there are in East Gwillimbury, and potentially in case of an emergency that a generator might be needed? How many are there that we already have fixed generators
So
in East Gwillimbury? Yeah.
So I actually believe that this is back to facilities in our Parks Recreation. Mr. Karmazin, if you could respond to that.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. As the chief indicated, our mission critical infrastructure such as our fire stations are all on backup generator, our operations center, and then as well we have the Health and Active Living Plaza backed up on generator as well. That being our largest facility, we back up the entire facility with the exception of the aquatic center. In an emergency, you typically don't operate an aquatic center, so we don't back up that portion of the facility. This additional generator, in case of an emergency, it can be used with regards to mitigating a service disruption for a program or a permit in case of a power outage, but it could also be used in an emergency situation as well if we ever needed to provide this as a refuge site.
Thank you very much for that additional information. It's most helpful in understanding the potential impacts of this specific safety decision that we're making. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Crone.
Yeah, I just want to echo through you, Mr. Chair, that I think this puts us in a better position tomorrow than we are today. So I'm happy to support this, and if there are no other questions, happy to move this.
So Councillor Crone has moved this item. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Karmazin. Those were the two items there. This takes us to item number 7 on our list, which is engineering and public works. And it looks like the Queensville Side Road Bridge design and new budget top-up request. Mr. Molinari, would you like to speak to the top-up?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. So this particular bridge was originally thought that it would be a rehab, and upon closer inspection, it was determined that it needs to be a full reconstruction. And as a result, the budget was a little lean, and so we preferred to go into the budget requesting some extra dollars in view of that being a full reconstruction, because there are other studies, et cetera, that need to be done that are associated with a full reconstruction. So it's a modest increase in order to just ensure that we have sufficient budget to cover the project. Just proactive request for additional funds. Thank you.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Molinari. Happy to support this. Anything, I'll get out there and swing a hammer if you want to speed it up. Are we still on track for first quarter of next year?
Mr. Molinari.
I'll refer that over to Ray Rizala.
Through you, Chair. Yes, we're on track for, I'm assuming Queensville Side Road Bridge 110 for the reopening late in Q2 2026.
Okay, so we've moved back a quarter. I think I was originally told, I see my ward mate nodding, Q1. So this has added a few months to the deadline. Is that correct?
No, it is still on track. We're looking at the spring, the earlier half of Q2, just weather dependent. Every year, colder temperatures, so there are some items that are temperature dependent, such as top course asphalt. So for that reason, we're saying late Q2, and that was on track with the schedule.
All right, well, my offer still stands to go out and sling a shovel if you need it. Thank you. What's that?
Any other questions from members of committee? I'm seeing none, so I would need a mover for this. Councillor Leahy. Any further discussion? All those in favor? And motion carries. Wonderful. Thank you. So we still have two outstanding items regarding corporate services, and staff are still leading some operational challenges. So what I'll do is I'll flip it back to Mr. Marshall to perhaps speak to any other items that need from a housekeeping perspective, and then we can look to speak to any other amendments from the members.
Excuse me, so through you, Mr. Chair, so I think there's two items with respect to capital that we need to address. One, I don't believe we addressed the amendment to the water and wastewater capital project after the discussions and presentation from General Manager Molinari on the water rehabilitation program. That was in Addendum 1 of the package. And I believe there's also some proposed amendments from Councillor Roy DiClemente that you may want to address as well when you're looking at the capital side.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. So why don't I ask our Mr. Deputy Clerk to look to table the water and wastewater Addendum 1 item so we can housekeep that item. So while we did receive the report to Mr. Marshall's comments, that we didn't actually look to approve the amendment. So on our screens right now, it's be it resolved that the Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the water and wastewater 2026 capital budget as follows, and the item is listed there before you. Could I have a mover for this? Councillor Leahy, thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? I am seeing none, so I will call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so I do believe that this is an opportunity for us to now discuss any amendments that members of committee may wish to table and discuss for deliberating. Do any members of committee wish to speak? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Johns. So item number 11 on the amendments recommended by the Budget Committee, it's Mayor and Council, and it's with regard to training, professional development, and memberships, a reduced budget, reducing it from $4,000 to $0. And since
Councillor Leahy, could you, are you reading from a specific page that you would like to reference
yes,
your
it's
colleagues to?
Addendum number 3, item 6, page 1 of 1. And it's on the reverse side of what we were just discussing in the package. There's a list of all of the tax-supported operating budgets.
I believe we would need a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Councillor Crothers. You are correct in that. So Councillor Leahy, would you like to spell out your motion to reconsider the item so we can understand what you're asking this body to reconsider?
Yes, I would like to reconsider the item because since we discussed it previously, I have received further information from our treasurer that I think we were unaware of before. So I would like to discuss that now.
Okay, so Councillor Leahy is, sorry, my screen's moved a bit. Councillor Leahy has asked for us to reconsider the item number 11 within the, Councillor Crone, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if perhaps it would suit the committee if we have that new information prior to considering reconsideration.
Sorry, just for clarification, are you asking, in order to speak to the item, we would have to table the item? That's the predicament. So if you would like to hear new information about the item, we could, moving to reconsider an item doesn't mean that you would change. It means we could just talk about it. And so I believe Councillor Leahy is looking to speak to it. So based on your comments, any other further questions, comments about the reconsideration? I will now call the vote.
Mr. Chair,
Oh.
I did have my
Sorry.
hand up. So I
Sorry,
did want to
Councillor Reddy
speak to the
Clemente.
motion to reconsider. And that is simply, this is $4,000 that we cut from the budget. And going back to revisit $4,000 at this point in the process, I don't support it.
Okay, any other members wish to speak to the reconsideration? So it has been moved by Councillor Leahy. All those in favor?
Sorry, I have my
sorry,
hand
yeah,
up to speak to it.
There you go, Councillor Crothers.
I know it's hard when we're remote. We all got that information from the treasurer. He sent it to all of us that this $4,000 has not been used in a number of years. So I think we're all in possession of that information. And so I do not want to reconsider this. And I don't really think it was appropriate to put forward a motion to reconsider by teasing, I know something that you don't. So I think we need to be very careful what we're allowing in our motions. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
And I
did
call the
you-
question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. There was no game playing. I'm not a game player. My question was to discuss.
So,
My question, I had a question. So Councillor Crone asked me if I'd like to discuss what it was that the reason I was asking for this motion. And so it was because I wanted to understand how the previous term of council created a $4,000 fund that has been unused for many years. And so what was the purpose of creating a fund if there was no ability to, there was no desire or no initiation to use that fund
So
for
that-
professional development of the council as a
So
whole?
that would be speaking to after reconsidering, and
Yeah.
you did have your hand up prior to
Yes.
Councillor Crothers
Thank you.
calling the question, so did allow that, but Councillor Crothers has called the question, so I will now call the question. All those in favor of reconsidering? All those opposed? And so the motion fails. Okay, so now going back to still working through the opportunity of any amendments that members of committee may have that wish for the budget committee to entertain as a whole. We have Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to our treasurer. I believe we have we have to address a hole we have with the automated speed enforcement. Did we want to address that now, Mr. Treasurer?
Mr. Marshall?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, on the operating side, which is the previous page, there's one amendment that needs to be considered by the committee, and that's for removal of the balance of the automated speed enforcement fines.
So thank you, Mr. Marshall. Councillor Roy D. Clemente does have her hand up, and I'm not sure if it's to speak to this item specifically.
I can certainly speak to this item specifically because it's a pretty big hole in our operating budget. But it was more that, Mr. Chair, you had asked if members of committee had items to bring forward for amending the budget. So I'll wait until the end of our discussion on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. So we were told that the amount that we would be bringing in fines was going to be going towards road safety projects. So I would think if we removed those projects, we should net out to zero. So I'm looking for where is a reduction in the budget to offset this loss in revenue?
Councillor Carruthers with the question. I'm not sure if Mr. Molinari would like to take that, or Mr. Marshall. I'm looking out to the staff. Mr. Marshall?
So through you, Mr. Chair. So this was the first year that we were going to implement the automated speed enforcement program, and we estimated some revenues some fines that would be received from implementing that program. Those fees went to offset costs related to road safety in our operating program. So there are costs that have been included in our operating program that we need to do, that we were going to use that funding to offset those costs. So now, late in the game, the province came in and said, they're not going to allow us to do that anymore. So there is an option to remove some of those costs related to road safety that are in our operating program, but those are costs that we need to incur. So I don't think it would be a wise decision to remove those, because those are something we need to do. And I think Mr. Molinari could speak to a bit further about some of those costs, but that is why we haven't recommended removing any costs from the operating program, because I think we need to do those.
Okay, I would appreciate seeing those costs, because I'm sort of out on a limb here, because I've told my residents basically what we had been told, that this was offsetting, these fines were offsetting costs that we were incurring for road safety. And so when we just take it out, it looks like it was pure revenue. So I think we need to a very clear communication on this about what these fines were supporting in our budget. And a second question is, are we any further along in understanding whether the province is going to replace this lost revenue?
So I have our CAO would like to respond first, and then to our general manager second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, just a little bit of clarification with the treasurer, if I can. I know the comment was made that the expenses have been left in, but it's my understanding that in fact those expenses have been significantly reduced through the elimination of a position that was going to be funded through those funds. However, what you're indicating, and Mr. Molinari can explain, in addition to that position, there was also some additional road safety initiatives that Mr. Molinari feels need to stay in. I just wanted clarity that It's not that no expenses have been reduced. In fact, there was pretty significant reduction, but there are some remaining expenses. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's close to about 200,000 that was removed.
So we will have Mr. Molinari is going to respond. Then Councillor Carruthers would have the opportunity to ask a follow-up, and then Councillor Leahy would be next on the roster, and then Councillor Roy DeClemente. Mr. Molinari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as noted by the treasurer, it's about $200,000, just under $200,000 that was reduced for the manager of roads that was removed from that in entirety. This was the first year that this was going to be taking place, and through our normal operating budget, there's a number of items that are included in there that are directly related to road safety. So things like school crossing guards, safety infrastructure such as safety signage, line painting on roads, railway crossing maintenance and upgrades, traffic safety studies, etc. These are all items that directly contribute to road safety. They're in our operating budget, and through the budget process, it was felt at the time that the ASC was going to be a fairly stable long-term funding source, and as a result, we use that to offset some of the existing road safety items that are in our budget. Going forward, our intention was to actually expand that to additional road safety items that could have amounted to some potential traffic calming and other specific projects that would have also been funded. But as a first year initial, we were really looking to offset some of the existing work that we do with road safety. And many of those programs that I just mentioned are not items that we can remove. They're actually legislated. We don't have a choice with regards to paying for our portion of a CN crossing that's being upgraded. That's mandated. Same with line painting. That we have to do line painting on our roads, road signage. There's legislation towards that. So a lot of the work that we proposed is just work that we've been doing as required on an annual basis. And I hope that provides sufficient background on the importance of the work that budget is supporting.
Thank you. And my second question was about what's the latest on whether the province is going to make up for the shortfall? Hey, Mr. Marshall?
Sure. So through you, Mr. Chair. So the province announced about a bit over 200 million in funding. The first tranche of about 42 million is only for those municipalities that already had automated speed enforcement in place. So we're not eligible to apply for that or receive any of that funding. The balance is going to be made available through application. So you have to apply for it, so it's not guaranteed whether we'll get that. And I think there's a bit of uncertainty whether municipalities that didn't have ASE would be allowed to apply. So we need to get some clarity on that. So it's really uncertain whether we'd be able to get any of that funding.
Okay, thank you. I have a huge problem with, when you look at this sheet, you see how much through our deliberations, we reduced the impact on the taxpayer from $98 down to 91. And now with this, it jumps up to 117. And I understand this is coming last minute. I think if we had seen this earlier, given that this is the mayor's budget, the mayor would have found a way to offset these costs. So I'm asking for staff to find a way to offset these costs, because I'm not prepared to just add this onto our tax levy increase right now. I know there is we used to have a 1% reduction across all departments to some belt tightening throughout the year. And I think that's been eroded over the years as we've gotten leaner and leaner. And I'm wondering if we need to go back to that. But there's got to be a way to offset this, because the mayor presented a budget with a $98 increase, and through all of our cuts, we brought it down, and now we're going to suddenly jump it up. I'm just not comfortable with the optics on that. And I think we need staff to take a look at how to offset this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. So Councillor Leahy is next, and then Councillor Roy DiClemente. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair, to our treasurer and staff. So I would like, my question is to try and clarify, was York Region promising and allocating profits to East Gwillimbury from these cameras? Because my understanding is that when we approved participating in this, and my concern when I heard that the province was considering canceling the speed cameras, was that we had invested and we had ordered cameras, we had hired staff, etc. But I was assured that we hadn't incurred any costs because we hadn't actually started up the program yet. So my concern, my general concern is, number one, were we promised revenue from York Region, and whether and why the budget would include hypothetical imaginary almost revenue to our budget before we had actually initiated any of it. So I know that we're not on the list of municipalities who are directly impacted by the speed camera loss. So could you clarify that relationship with York Region, and if we were made promises by them about revenues, and why this would be included in a budget when it was never even existing?
I'll direct that to our CAO.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. And I just want to clarify, there's nothing imaginary about this. So essentially what has happened is the municipal council has had the jurisdictional authority to put cameras in. No different than you have the authority through the Municipal Act to charge fees for certain things and so on. So we plan based on what we are jurisdictionally authorized to do. There's nothing imaginary about that. In this case, once our budget was produced and tabled, there was a change made at the provincial level to essentially change what we were authorized to do. We didn't initiate the change. There was nothing imaginary about it. We were acting in good faith based on what we were authorized to do. And in fact, many other municipalities that were well ahead of us had well-established programs. We were simply, as we normally do in sort of East Gwillimbury fashion, sort of assessing the success of other programs, and we're ready to launch our own. There was nothing imaginary about that. There was nothing inappropriate about that whatsoever. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Through you,
Councillor
Mr. Chair.
Leahy has a follow-up.
Yes, I wanted to follow up with our CAO, and thank you very much for providing that context and that information so that everybody understands, because taxpayers are asking, for example, because, well, this is with regard to another program, so I won't bring that up. But anyway, my point is, I was wondering if York Region had made any promises in this process for us to be anticipating this revenue.
Our CAO.
Mr. Chair, through you, thank you for the question. So the regional program would relate to regional roads, and that would be a regional program, and the region would receive those revenues to run cameras on regional roads if they so chose. The program that we had intended to run in East Gwillimbury on East Gwillimbury roads would have been an East Gwillimbury program, Mr. Molinari can correct me if I'm wrong, which would have been independent of the region. So this is not a result of the region changing any promises or breaking any commitments. It's fully independent of the region. But I'd like Mr. Molinari just to clarify that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. The region has their roads and their cameras. The town was going to has its roads, and we would have had our own cameras. We were still in the planning stage. We were actually maybe a month away from signing an agreement with the town of Newmarket to process all of our fines when this announcement was provided. So, every indication was through the process that this program was viable. Others were doing it, and we were just getting our program put into place. and we are adjusting our budget to accommodate those revenues that were anticipated to come in. And as far as, did we have certainty that we chose a fairly conservative number based on what other communities were expecting and what their experience was. And so the proposed budget amendments that were being put forward were pretty conservative and would have easily been achieved had that program gone through. So it's unfortunate that that was pulled at the last minute and the timing of our budget, but we've provided the best we can in terms of how to recover from that change in scenario.
Great, thank you. Do you have a follow-up then, Councillor
Yes,
Leahy?
one last follow-up. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So the residents' understanding of the process then, the speed cameras that exist in East Gwillimbury now are regional, York Region speed cameras, and that any fines or anything to do with those cameras go through the region, not through East Gwillimbury. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Thank you. I think that was ultimately a concern of residents. And again, it comes down to what are the York Region's responsibilities and what are East Gwillimbury's responsibilities. So I appreciate that clarification around speed cameras. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Councillor Roy DiClemente and then Councillor Crone.
Thank you. I think my colleagues have kind of flagged this as an issue that we probably should not have included, given that we didn't have the physical infrastructure in place to even to implement the program, but it has happened. To Councillor Leahy's point, York Region was projecting about $26 million in revenue from speed cameras in 2026, and that has created a hole in their operating budget. They have a $28 million traveler safety budget, and that's the money that that $26 million was basically paying for their traveler safety budget. So the issue that we're dealing with here is being felt in other municipalities, both our neighbors who had their own programs and the region. Thank you.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add my voice to the disappointment. I was hoping the automated speed enforcement program would go through. We were told by all our traffic experts in-house that it was I won't say silver bullet, but it was pretty darn close to having an impact on speeding. This is a case of good politics, trumped good policy. And anyway, we're here having to pick up the pieces. Mr. Treasurer, I'll ask you through you, Mr. Chair, to the Treasurer, because we didn't know the full implications of the change in provincial policy after the mayor had tabled her budget. Given that change, once the budget is tabled by the mayor, is she in a position to amend it on her own and resubmit, or do we have to deal with it as presented the first time?
Mr. Marshall, on the logistics question there.
So through you, Mr. Chair, once the budget is tabled, that is the budget. So any changes have to be done through an amendment.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, then, so we have to deal with it. And, all right, so that's life. What, if I might just throw something for consideration on the floor, since we have to find the make up for the shortfall, we might have an opportunity, and though I'm not fond of it, but I think we can make the argument for it. I think we could reduce our contribution to asset management this year, because we've actually been bequeathed $1 million from the provincial building, the Building Homes Faster Fund that we were awarded. So we could say that very much qualifies for asset management. As well, I think if with, I would throw out the proviso that if we can access any of the funding, the 200 million that the province is going to make available to municipalities dealing with the changes of the ASE program, that also qualifies for asset management. So we could reduce the asset management funding to, I'm thinking, 180,000, knowing that we still put forward $1 million that we received from the province. That still gives us double the amount that we allocated for this year. So I'm throwing that out for consideration, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crone. So I know that Councillor Carruthers had made a comment regarding to speaking to staff. You're looking at solutions. I do just kind of want to recenter us to the point that what we need to do is we need to deal with the logistics of making the amendment to the budget for this line item. Then we also have 2 outstanding items from corporate services, and then we still have the opportunity for other councillors' amendments for this committee to consider. And I would suggest that once we address this item, then it becomes an item that we would need to look to consider. So from an effort to kind of keeping moving things forward, if we could have somebody move to amend the budget. Councillor Carruthers, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I don't want to consider this item until we know the proper, where we're going to offset this cost increase. So I think I would like to just table this until we can look at where we can make up for this lost revenue.
No problem. So we do have, so Councillor Leahy, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm kind of at a loss for words, Mr. Chair. I am adamantly opposed to taking a gain out of asset management, as was the strategy last year, when we reduced our contributions to just over $80,000. We have an asset manager who has recommended that we, invest in asset management, because we have almost $3 billion of assets, by putting in at least 1.6% every year. And so attacking the asset management is kicking this can down the road for future terms of council to deal with. If we needed to be investing in asset management in previous terms, and we needed to be aggressively investing in asset management today. It may not be sexy, but the asset management of the infrastructure is fundamental to our existence and our delivery of services to the municipality. Yeah. So it is not acceptable, in my opinion, to take this from asset management or to redirect the funds that we received from the province, which were supposed to go, in my understanding, towards other projects, including the revitalization of the downtown Mount Albert and the costs and the increase in costs in that project. So we need to be looking at some other area to make an adjustment that there's a difference between needs and wants. So Councillor Carruthers has said that she does not want to proceed.
Sorry, sir, could I just, no, Councillor Carruthers did not say she didn't wish to proceed.
She wanted
sorry if I could. Councillor Carruthers simply wished to table this. We still have 2 other items. We still have councillor amendments and other items. And so if we don't need an action to continue on, which I was attempting to get to the next few items, because she has tabled it. She didn't use any other word other than that. So Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. I'm fine to table this until we have had a chance to sort of talk about other amendments that might reduce the tax levy impact overall. We have staff that are part of, there's new staff that are part of the tax levy. There's other areas that we can look at. The reality is, and I can understand Councillor Crone's logic, where he is saying that the investment that we that we received from the province for building homes faster went into infrastructure and asset management. We ended up having to use it, but that it was used for asset management, and I can see the logic for in that. It is an area that we have reduced in the past. I think it's a low-hanging fruit. I'm fine to consider it, but I'd like to see what else we can do to cut this. And I'm also looking to staff to come up with some strategies on how to mitigate this impact on the operating budget. Thank you.
Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and let me be perfectly clear. I'm not excited about my motion, and happy to table it and look for other ways, but there is a hole in our budget, and we have to make up the shortfall. I am not prepared to support anything that would add an extra $117 a year to the taxpayers of this town. So this is, in my opinion, the sword of Damocles that hangs over our head until we can find a way of dealing with the shortfall. Happy to entertain anything that isn't asset management related. But thank you very much, Councillor Roy DiClemente, for restating my logic. I'm glad it passed your test. So, and I say that with all sincerity. But we have this hanging overhead. We have to deal with it some way. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So in an effort to move forward, Ms. Gandhi is now here from Corporate Services, and we do have those two items, and so I would like to be able to look to address those items and then look to have other members of committee look to their amendments. So we have the first item under Corporate Services is the bylaw policy and information system review update. And Councillor Crone, I believe you had a question for Ms. Gandhi on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had to think about that for a second. Yeah, my question was, what would happen if we didn't approve it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've been listening very carefully to the conversation, obviously, and I think that that's a question we can ask about pretty much any position. If we don't approve this position, we are going to continue to be lagging. We are already lagging in terms of our information systems. We're using software that is not meeting our needs. When Bylaws joined Corporate Services, I asked basic questions like, what's our speed of service? The software is not able to tell us. How quickly are we actually able to respond to bylaw complaints? To be able to give us the data that we need to be able to know, well, are we resourced effectively? Do we have the right people? Are we organized in the right way? These are things that we need to have. It's basic tombstone data that we should be using to operate, and we don't have it. So we could continue to not have it, and then we're not operating effectively, and that's, I guess, an option that the town could, that's a choice. So we need to get a new information system because we've been trying to work with the existing system for years and it's not working. So we had a meeting recently and we said, that's it. I give up, uncle, whatever it is that we say, and we're just going to focus on putting our energy into identifying what our requirements are. And so that is a joint effort between our bylaws team and our information technology team. And so that is the information system piece. We have bylaws that are considerably outdated, and we need to finalize the update of the review of the parking bylaw. We have not updated our licensing bylaw, and we're seeing evidence of this when we have markets and different types of industry that's growing and blooming in our municipality as we grow. We're not equipped with the proper rules and policies to address that. We don't have a proper nuisance bylaw that when bylaws officers are called to say, there's a concern here, we don't have the mechanisms to enforce penalties in the way we would like to. So we need to make sure we have proper bylaws and proper tools to do our work. And so this is a contract for a year. It is to work with our IT department, and it will work cross-departmentally because a lot of these bylaws connect with other departments. It is funded through a number of sources, so it is not an impact on the tax levy. I'll just say that there is the choice of not funding it, but all of the things that I just talked about will be sacrificed if we don't.
Any other, Councillor Roy DiClemente?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's, we often hear, it's not until we get into an issue when we realize that some of our bylaws are antiquated and we start asking questions. So our sign bylaw, for example, was one where we didn't realize how antiquated it was until we started to have questions about it, and we needed to completely revamp it. And this is the same sort of thing. Mr. Valchich is fond of talking about municipal modernization projects. I would argue that this is an important part of municipal modernization, particularly given that we, as members of council, often hear concerns about bylaw implementation, bylaw enforcement, and making sure that the rules of engagement for our residents and their neighbors are in place. So I know, having had some exposure to bylaws, both when it was with fire and when it was with development services, that this is a project that is sorely needed, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Any other members of committee? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. I think Councillor Roy DiClemente said exactly what I wanted to say. This is an area that we need help with. It's something that our residents ask for us to be more consistent in bylaw enforcement. I think this will be what we need to help with that. So I'm fully supportive of this as well.
Thank you. Any other comments? So we would need a mover for this. Corporate Services 26-010 bylaw policy and information system review and update. I'm trying to slow down my speaking a bit in case our clerks wish to put something on the screen, and I'm getting some nods. And then I have Councillor Leahy with a question. Oh, you're looking to move it. Okay, just wanting to make sure that there is the motion. Councillor Leahy is moving it. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, thank you. And that takes us, if you could put back the screen for us again, my apologies. The next item, I believe it's number 3 on the list, which it is, Corporate Services. Again, I'll turn this over to Ms. Gandhi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is a good news story. We, through council direction, actually, in 2024, applied for funding with the Green Municipal Fund for $70,000, and our application was successful. So this $90,000 increase is fully funded through the Green Municipal Fund, that successful application, and $20,000 we received from Enbridge Gas, again, a successful grant application. The funding is going to be used to continue to advance our climate adaptation plan, and we will, per those applications, be looking to ensure that we are better incorporating equity, diversity, and inclusion, truth and reconciliation, and traditional ecological knowledge in our climate adaptation work. And the Enbridge incentive has been received in full, and the agreement with FCM was completed this week. So this is adding it to the budget at this point because the agreement was just completed and approved, and we are seeking to add it to the budget for 2026.
Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if we can clarify. So in the addendum, it says that it's a new budget top-up request of 70, but 45 and 135 is 90. I've just heard that we've received 2 different grants so it's actually a top-up of 90,000. Is that correct?
Correct. It's $90,000.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little, obviously that makes sense if we've received grants to work towards that project. My big concern here is that the language for the project says that we're going to be bringing in 2 staff, a program assistant and an environmental steward. So how are we able to bring in 2 staff at $135,000, firstly? And secondly, how do we ensure that next year we don't see a program assistant and environmental steward under the new staff tab on our budget binder?
So through you, Mr. Chair, this is a combination of contract staff and students who are working with us. So it is very much project specific and project based. So that is that's what our plan is for this, that it will start and stop with the project itself.
Any further follow-up? Councillor, no. Any further questions for Ms. Gandhi? So again, I would need a mover to get this tabled. For the amendment in the budget, I have Councillor Carruthers is moving the amendment. And with that moved, is there any further discussion on this? I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, so working through my list, that is 2 and 3. That takes us to the councillor amendments. I know Councillor Roy DiClemente was waiting patiently. So back to you, Councillor Roy DiClemente, because I know you had your hand up on this when I asked for the topic before.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have, I enumerated them as 6 or 7, but I think it's actually 8. We've addressed 2 of them already. I don't know if we want to do capital or staffing, but I did have 2 proposals with respect to staffing. Perhaps that's where I'll start. And I did forward these to the clerk in advance. The first being new staff member NS-02. Which the budgeted amount was for $145,939. And my amended amount was the same amount, but that the explanation was that it was a different funding source. And my suggestion was that the position not convert to FTE at this time, and that the funding source be amended to reduce an impact to the tax levy. So at this point, we've got new staff coming on. We've committed to a number of them. And this is a significant amount of money in the operating budget that would be directly impacting the tax levy. And I'm not sure that it's appropriate at this time to convert the position to an FTE. So I'm just tabling that. And Mr. Clerk, if you wouldn't mind putting that on the screen, happy to take discussions. I know it's a sensitive one, but I think we have to address the fact that we have a pretty big hole in our operating budget and we need to find ways to address it.
Great. So, Mr. Clerk, you will be putting that portion on the screen, and Councillor Roy DiClemente has moved this, so now we are having discussion on this item, and our CAO has put his hand up to speak.
Mr. Chairman, just to hopefully be helpful as you're dealing with this, I believe half of this position was intended to be levy pressure. So that would be saved if there was another funding source. It's about 40 cents per month on the average household. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Mr. Chair, can we clarify? Because I'm looking at page 1 of 23 under the new staffing tab, and we've got $71,000 entered twice on the tax levy impact. So for me, it's a $145,000 hit on the tax levy. Can we clarify?
Yeah, we're getting nods, and everyone is nodding, so the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Does Mr.
And
Marshall, would you like to comment? Sorry, there seems to be some confusion. Mr. Marshall, if you could lift the cloud.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think the confusion is part of the half of the position is considered a service level enhancement, which it has a direct pressure on the tax levy. The other part is growth related, which is funded from the assessment growth. So that's, I think, where the confusion is between the funding sources.
Councillor
But
Wade.
regardless,
Yep.
but regardless, Mr. Chair, whether it's assessment growth or tax levy, it's still tax levy dollars, and it's still showing as two entries on page 1 of 23.
Mr. CAO.
Mr. Chairman, just hopefully for clarity, generally assessment growth is the levy, is the taxes that are collected from new residents. That is distinctly different than a levy pressure on all residents. And generally speaking, we use the assessment growth to fund assessment growth-related operating pressures. So they, in fact, are different. As a general rule, we do not recommend, as a sound fiscal practice, to use assessment growth to buy down the tax levy. I hope that adds clarity.
It does, except that a lot of what we are trying to accomplish here is growth related. So for example, for firefighters is also growth related. And the assessment growth that we're seeing in our operating budget is something that we could use that to support the hiring of 4 firefighters. For me, what I'm trying to do here is find the space in our operating budget. This role, I think, is an important role that our council supports the work that they're doing. Maybe it can be funded through grants. The language in the justification for the position talks about how many grants they've been successful in, that area has been successful in acquiring. Maybe there's a way of saying that this is tied to grant funding. But what I'm trying to do is make sure that the taxpayers are not on the hook for such a large property tax increase this year. Whether it's assessment growth or tax levy, it's still coming out of their pockets. A new resident or a resident who's been for 20 years is still paying a tax bill.
To our CAO, you had your hand up?
I don't really have anything more to add, Mr. Chairman, only to say it's correct. It is about a 40-cent per month impact to the average household. If you take 100% of it, it's about 80 cents per month to the average household. And in 2025, this position brought in about $3 to $4 per household in grant revenue. That's the simple math. Thank you.
So Councillor Roy Clemente has tabled this motion, and it's an opportunity now to open it up for members of committee to discuss. Do any of the members of committee wish to speak to it? I have Councillor Carruthers with her hand up.
Thank you. I feel like I've already spoken to this. I'm very supportive of the work that's being done by this staff that's been on contract. And as has been stated, there's a substantial amount of grant dollars that they're bringing in. And I think that's important that we know that this is an expense to the taxpayer, but at the same time, there's double, triple fold that amount of money being brought in grants. So I would not support cutting this position or not converting it to FTE. We keep keeping it on capital as a pilot, and to me that's just a shell game. We're just kicking it down the road. It's unfair to the staff person, and I don't think it's really a sound business practice to keep keeping this on contract. So I would not support any changes to this.
Looking around the committee, if anybody else wishes to speak. Seeing none, I am going to call the vote if there's no further discussion. All those in favor? Sorry, I'm going to slow down again because all those in favor of the motion. We have 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? Motion fails. Next
I'm
item.
sorry, Mr. Chair, I counted 4 hands.
Sorry, the ones in favor. 1, 2, help me out
In
again here.
favor?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. In favor, okay. Sorry, the motion carries. Next item. Councillor Roy DiClemente. You, new staffing N6, NS03. If you would like to speak to that as you move this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This was the communications assistant, again, $117,000 on the tax levy. We are already investing significant amounts of money in an external resource for several external resources for our new website. I am proposing that this position be considered at a later date following the rollout of the new website. We've also got, as we talked earlier, we have the resident service experience and improvement lead that's also going to be doing some significant work in customer service and communications. So I would like to see some of that work done and then consider our staffing needs following those 2 major projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente. And so we'll look to our staff if they wish to comment.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, the communications assistant the funding is being offset by $75,000 from part-time salaries that exist in, salary dollars that exist in the communications budget and in the general manager's budget area. So what we have been doing for the past several years is we've been piecing together those 2 part-time salary dollars to employ somebody in a position which is desperately needed by the town, somebody who oversees our social media accounts and supports our website, supports events. And so this communications assistant, the function still is required to exist. So we are decreasing our part-time dollars by way of this budget by $75,000 and offsetting that, seeking council approval to offset that to take it to the full operating cost of $114,000. So the differential is only about $39,285 to be exact, actually. So I just want to be, and maybe I'll ask our finance colleagues, because we were already giving up the part-time dollars, does that mean I've given up my part-time dollars? Because then we can't have any, we still need the function. So we would still continue to cobble together 2 part-time dollars if this position is not approved. And then we will come back again, depending on what council's decision is. I don't know. Do I lose the money? Do we lose the money? Okay.
Mr. Marshall, would you like to comment?
So through you, Mr. Chair, if the position is pulled, the funding associated with it gets reverted back.
Is there any discussion? Councillor Roy DiClemente has moved this item. It is tabled. We are discussing. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much through you, Councillor Johns. I'm thinking about this being the 4th budget that I've worked on, and looking in hindsight to previous budgets, 2 of which I voted against in terms of the overall budget planning, because I felt very strongly at the time that we should only be hiring, and I stated this last year, that we should only be hiring in areas to do with emergency workers and safety priorities, including a water analyst. This year we are facing more staffing, and so the key to success is always in communications. And I was reading the revised addendum with comments from the feedback from the residents about what their priorities are, and their comments on communications which they took the time to make, I believe are valid. And so it has been a consistent theme throughout these 4 years, coming up to 4 years of being on council, that I have seen the need for improvement with communications at all levels between all different aspects of the town, whether it's councillors and staff, or staff and residents, or residents and councillors. So I believe that we should support the fundamental need for improved communications by providing security to this position moving forward for the success of East Gwillimbury. So I am in favor of keeping it as it originally is and not amending it at this time.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too read through the amendments and the feedback from the residents. There was also a really helpful chart that talked about there was color coding about whether people residents were happy with the level of service they were receiving, or they wanted the level to continue, or they wanted it to change. And the area of communications was actually a pretty high as far as customer satisfaction. Yes, there were some comments made, individual comments. Again, it's not a scientific thing, but it is anecdotal. For me, obviously, we want to see improved communications. The general manager during the discussion during budget committee mentioned that there were a director, an officer, a coordinator, 3 people on contract, 2 funded from the help budget, 1 part-time dollars. There are resources in the communications department to undertake this work. This is a fundamental question of wants versus needs. And yes, we want a lot of things, but we also need new firefighters, and we don't want to raise taxes. And so what I'm trying to do is eliminate that $39,000 hit to the property tax levy. It's fine either way, but this is my attempt to find ways to save money in the budget so that we don't have to raise taxes as high as we're currently considering. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much. I think it's concerning to equate the fact that the additional firefighters are fundamentally at the root of a potential increase in taxpayer dollars. We could take another approach to this entire process, and we could say we could make adjustments in all kinds of other areas, and we shouldn't even have to increase taxes at all to hire for firefighters. So there are other ways of looking at this. And so I just wish that overall, I'm just going to share my own feelings as a councillor, is that I wish there was as much enthusiasm for keeping the taxes low in the previous years as there is now when next year is an election year. So it may be a little bit of a cynical observation, but unfortunately, the timing of it is
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Sorry, it's actually a point of privilege. I have continuously advocated, and in fact, in the past, I have done the very same thing in every budget. And this, I think, is 16 budgets. I have done 16 budgets where I have made these very same difficult decisions and uncomfortable proposals to try and keep the tax levy low. So I resent the implication that this is the only time that I'm trying to do this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Roy DeClemente. Your point of privilege is received, and I acknowledge, and I side with you, Councillor Roy DeClemente. Councillor Carruthers.
Councillor Roy DeClemente said basically what I was going to say. We have a procedural bylaw, and I believe it's within that it says that we're not to imply motivations for other people's actions, and Councillor Leahy was doing just that. Every year, we fight to table amendments to help bring down the property tax. And matter of fact, every single person on council last year tabled an amendment to reduce the budget, except for one councillor. So I think it's pretty rich to have someone saying that there's all kinds of other ways to cut and yet make no proposal about what to cut. So I don't want anyone being allowed on this council to infer motivation when that is against our rules.
the point of privilege has been ruled on, and we will move forward. Is there any other discussions related to the motion that is before us from Councillor Roy DiClemente regarding NS03? I will now call a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Motion fails. Councilor Roy DiClemente, I know I have the email that you did send to the clerk, and I'm working my way through it. I believe that the next one would be the PR 26-002, if you'd like to speak to that one next.
Thank you. I have 4 items that remain from the capital budget. This isn't necessarily the tax levy impact, but just working through trying to save again more public dollars. PR 26-022, which is the Ops Center offices. I'm proposing that be removed. Staff are working in a hybrid environment. My language there is that hoteling and the booking of meeting rooms is expected and encouraged. As I understand it, there are offices available in other facilities. So it's not that these individuals don't have appropriate working accommodations. It's that they are just not in the ideal building that they would like to be in. And so this is a brand new building, and I'm not interested in spending $100,000 in a circumstance where we have staff who are working remotely in a hybrid circumstance, and there are meeting rooms available for them to be accommodated. Thank you.
Thank you for setting up your motion to amend. I'm not sure if any members of committee wish to speak, or if there is any clarification that should be sought on behalf of staff that wish to provide clarification. Mr. Karmazin.
Through you, Mr. Chair, with council indulgence, I'd like to provide an update and some further context for council consideration related to the Ops Center office space capital project. Staff have assessed, based on previous comments made by council, staff have assessed and value engineered the scope of work to decrease the budget by 20% to $80,000. As a bit of history and context, this project actually completes the work recommended by the space needs analysis presented and approved by council in 2024. The analysis recommended optimizing our existing facilities by discontinuing the lease and the operations at the annex and movement of staff to the Civic Center and Operations Center. The analysis also recommended supporting remote work to reduce the capital and operating costs for dedicated workspace. It is estimated that the implementation of these recommendations have saved the town $100,000 in operating costs annually at the annex, and a cost avoidance of up to $13 to $15 million in 2025 capital construction costs, and up to $400,000 annually in operating costs to build and operate new administration space as a direct result of supporting remote work. With the move of EPW staff from the annex to the operations center, there was a deficit of 1 office space for management staff. An interim accommodation was provided and made for that staff member, but that accommodation is below the current or typical office standard that we provide for our town staff. Further, staff are proposing the movement of 2 EPW management staff from the Civic Center to the Operations Center to provide further improved adjacency and staff efficiency with regards to that reporting relationship. The move of EPW staff from the Civic Center to the Operations Center will create further capacity here at the Civic Center for any staffing, current or future staffing needs at the Civic Center. I trust that provides a fulsome background with regards to this capital project, and would welcome any further further council questions to staff.
So committee, the Councilor Roy D. Clemente has tabled this, and we've heard from the staff members. Are there any questions to Mr. Karmazin, or any follow-up comments, questions? I'll pause on this. So the amendment is on your screen. Is the amendment on the screen good enough for me to call the motion, because it's not written as the be it resolved? Are we good, Mr. Clerk?
And maybe just for clarity, Mr. Acting Mayor, it sounds like we'll do sort of each one of these one by one?
That's correct,
Okay.
one by one.
Just having trouble fitting it on the screen as is, so maybe just give me a second, I can consolidate a bit.
Yeah, no problem. I just want to make sure that that our committee members are clear on what they're voting for, and we'll allow you that opportunity to load that up. So I believe there's 3 other amendments that that will be spoken to after this. We have it loaded. Thank you very much. Okay. It's on the screen. Moved by Councilor Roy D. Clemente. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries. The next is the Safer Streets Program, EP 26-004. Councilor Roy D. Clemente, if you would like to speak to this.
Thank you. So during our discussion at Budget Committee, staff advised us that this project needed to be reduced because portion of the project was related to the implementation of the ASE program, the Automated Speed Enforcement. So there was supposed to be some construction and purchasing of cameras, et cetera. We have not spent that money. I don't want to approve spending that money. So I wanted to make sure that we reduced it. At that time, Mr. Molinari suggested that there was a crosswalk at Vivian Creek and some more radar boards to be purchased. And so I just wanted to ensure that we captured that. I didn't see it in the revisions or the appendices that were sent out by staff. So I just wanted to make sure that we captured that as well. We've had some discussion about whether or not we would be eligible for some of the funding that the province has announced. And so I just included some language there that staff be requested to seek funding from the province for further enhancement of our program, given recent announcements they've made regarding automated speed enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Molinari, I know that you have spoken to this previously. I don't know if you wish to speak to it again.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. As staff normally do with our capital projects, if there's an item that that is not going to go forward, we would not do that work, and we would return whatever funds weren't expended back to the original funding source. But in this particular case, so even though the Safer Streets program included funds for ASE, if ASE is not going forward, we wouldn't expend funds on ASE. So we estimate somewhere in the order of about $50,000 for the ASE program to purchase those cameras. So, you know, if we want to remove that from this budget sheet, that's fine. But like I said, in the normal course of how we would conduct business, if we didn't spend those funds, they would just be returned to the original funding source regardless. But if you wish to amend the budget sheet, I would suggest that would be approximately $50,000.
Councilor Roy D. Clemente, do you wish to amend that to the
Yes.
50,000?
Yes, I'd just like to amend that. So if my mathing is correct, the amended amount would be $224,700.
Yep. Councilor Leahy.
Thank you very much through you, Councillor Johns. So my question is with regard to the current amount that is in previous years for the Safer Streets program. And so with the automated speed cameras, which are not happening, my priority is always the safety zones and the community areas in front of schools, for example. So without the automated speed camera program, my concern is that we could potentially become more vulnerable in those school zones specifically. So, would our general manager be able to address the question of, if we take into consideration we might not get any money from the province because we had not invested in the equipment and the staffing for the program, that didn't happen in East Gwillimbury. If we don't get a penny, and we can't count on getting a penny, what would we be needed to invest in the Safer Streets program to make up for what would have been there with automated speed cameras?
Mr. CAO will be taking this.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly would welcome some comments from the general manager, but I just want to make some comments first, and the general manager will correct me if I'm wrong. Traditionally, we've had a couple of provisions that help. One is the speed sort of notification boards that go up that help just notify people that may not realize they're driving 70 and they should be driving 40. So those are not prohibited, and those could continue. Generally speaking, in community safety zones around schools and so on, the primary means of enforcement would be York Region Police. And York Region Police sitting in a car with a radar gun or radar piece of equipment and would be pulling folks over. We know that York Region Police does not have the capacity to monitor on a regular basis and sit at all of our community safety zones. So in terms of, those are some of the things that were done traditionally. Mr. Molinari can talk about other tools that we might have in our toolbox, but the intent when it was allowable and within the jurisdiction of the municipality was to use the automated speed enforcement program as an actual effective tool to slow people down and increase safety, particularly around schools. The alternative is we continue to promote with York Region Police their presence, but we know that that is very limited to have an ability to have a car at every school every morning and every afternoon. But I'll put it back to Mr. Molinari.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I agree with all the comments provided by CEO Valchich. In addition to that, this program is more than just dealing with community safety in school zones. It's town-wide on all of our town streets. And so, you know, we, through our camera radar boards, we work closely with YRP. And we actually target vehicles or owners of vehicles that, you know, may be significantly exceeding the speed limit. In some cases, more than double the speed limit. And that results in a knock on the person's door by the police to say that, you know, we've got an image of your car traveling at more than twice the speed limit on this particular road. And we found that those sorts of discussions with YRP and that coordination with YRP has really has really been great to identify the worst offenders. We also have our regular radar boards that are, you know, collect data and also provide us with information on other roads in an attempt to reduce speeding on some of our minor collectors that typically have speeding on them. And that program has been quite effective over the years as we rotate those boards through those various areas. We, as part of the 2026 program, we're also looking at some pedestrian crossovers in Mount Albert Road, which will provide additional enhanced safety as a coordinated project with our downtown revitalization project. So the Safer Streets program identifies a number of innovative projects every year on things we can try to address speeding within the community. And so the ASC may not be there, but we still have a vast array of other options and keeping up with other municipalities and best practices of things we can do to address speeding throughout the town. And I think, you know, our program is fairly robust in that regard.
So we have Councillor Leahy.
Thank you. So I'll rephrase my question. It's a follow-up question. Basically, my concern is safety, but are you of the opinion that if we reduce the budgeted amount of $274,700 by $50,000, there will be no compromises in the execution of the various measures to address speeding?
Through Mr. Chair, the work plan for 2026, if we remove ASC, is not impacted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further discussion on this item? I'll just speak to this before I call the vote. I'll be voting against this. I think if the 50,000 remained, we would be able to make more investments into traffic boards and other investments within the traffic safety area. And so I'm content with leaving it at the 274,700. So I'll be voting no to this. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 1, 2. All those opposed? Motion carries, or motion fails. Stormwater Rehabilitation Program, EP 26005. Councillor Roy DeClemente, did you want to speak to your amendment here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I simply, this was part of the conversation that we had during the budget process as well. There are 2 open capital projects for 82,000 and 219,000, both from 2024 and 2025, that have significant funds remaining in them. I'm also noting that EP 26-006 for 4.2 million is also supporting our stormwater rehabilitation program. And so I just wanted to put this project on hold. I did not necessarily want to strike the fact that we would be eliminating this. I didn't want to give the perception that we were eliminating the stormwater rehabilitation program in its entirety, but just simply that we already had funding assigned to the program that remains unspent. Thank you.
Comments, discussion? Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Molinari. I know this is a big issue. Is this, how would this impact the progress of this initiative? Can we get away with this, or give me your honest opinion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this project is actually different than the other project IDs that have been identified. The project 26005 is related to our stormwater management ponds and making repairs based on deficiencies that have been identified through a previous study. Although there are some other capital projects that may or may not have funding to support this, this particular project is its own project in terms of what works it will be accomplishing. So, for instance, there's an outfall at one of our stormwater management ponds that's in disrepair that needs to be corrected. There's some fencing that needs to be repaired, and that work is different than the stormwater management work that's going on in Mount Albert to repair those outfalls. They're different locations. It's similar work, but they're different locations, and it's part of a different program. So although there may be funds, if we cobbled together a couple different projects, it's easier for us to manage the projects if we complete them in a way that is consistent with the budget sheets that we prepared. And it's easier for us to explain at council, what works we did under that budget, as opposed to, doing works under budgets that still have money left in them that we've kind of moved over to kind of do that work, but that work is not reflective of the descriptions that have been provided under those budget sheets. So fundamentally, as I mentioned before, whatever funds we don't expend as part of the project would go back to the original source, and it's the same here. So this project, under 26005, we would do the works that were intended under that project, and similarly for the other project sheets that were noted, if there's extra funds that were in those projects, when we completed those projects, we would just return those to source as well. So I'm not certain that there's any advantage to relocating funds in order to do the works that are contemplated under 26005.
Is there any follow-up questions from the context that Mr. Molinari has provided regarding the motion that Councilor Roy DiClemente has tabled? If there is no discussion on this, then I will call the vote. All those in favor? We have one. All those opposed? And then the motion fails. And then we have the last one, Councilor Roy DiClemente, I believe is under the road rehabilitation program. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This one's a little bit different than some of the other ones we've just been discussing. Committee will remember my table pounding with respect to the state of Rogers Road, which is a small piece of road infrastructure that runs just off of Second Concession north of Green Lane. And it is in appalling condition. And what I did was I identified that CI 23-002, which was the road rehabilitation program from 2023, we had budgeted just over $2 million. The open capital sheets that we had said that the project was complete and that it would be closed at the end of the year. So my proposal is to use a portion of the outstanding funds that were not spent, which is just over $1 million, to make substantive progress on the reconstruction of Rogers Road. Staff advised that currently nothing would be done until 2027 on Rogers Road, and I would like to move that project up in order to make sure that our residents didn't have to wait. There aren't that many residents there, but I want to make sure that that we actually make some progress for them on their behalf. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Molinari, I would love some clarification because this is dealing with an item from 23, and I would like to better understand the thinking from the staff's perspective on this and the ability to do this.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I recognize that this particular road is in need of repair. Staff have been actively working on a design and have now completed or almost completed that design. And as part of the works prior to doing construction, there's utility works that need to take place, which are outside of the control of the town in terms of timing. So we understand that those, and staff have been pressing in order to get those utility relocations done, and which may be happening over the next few months. We're hopeful that will be completed prior to Q1 of 2026, and then the road would be a potential candidate to move forward. The reason it was not moved forward in 2026 is because we have two other significant one downtown revitalization project is a lot, and 2 downtown revitalization projects is significantly more than a lot. So our staff are stretched at this point, dealing with those 2 projects and the regular resurfacing contracts that are underway. Recognizing that, there are some funds potentially available, we could commit to getting started on this particular road. I'm not certain that the $1 million is sufficient to cover the full construction, but we could certainly look to potentially get started on that construction, time permitting, in 2026 to advance that schedule, given the comments that we've heard from council.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, I'm not sure, based on me hearing that and then based on the way that your motion reads, is there more work to be done on this outside of this motion? Because if I'm not sure that it is clear to me by voting in favor of this would solve this issue or concern, is really what I'm trying to get to the heart of it.
Mr. Chair, staff have advised that the design is virtually complete. Utility works relocations are needed to be done. They're hopeful that it can be done within Q1 of 2026. And at this point, I have nothing in our budget to be able to point to say that Rogers Road will be addressed in some fashion in 2026. At this point, we've been told that those residents have to wait until 2027. So what I am trying to do is bring that matter forward so that it is worked on in 2026. As Mr. Molinari has suggested, $1 million, this is how bad the road is. $1 million is not going to be enough to rebuild it. It needs to be completely reconstructed. So I would like to see work begun on this project in 2026. Our residents have been waiting years, many years, for us to make changes. So this is what I was trying to do here. I don't have any other motions or ways. I can't introduce a new capital sheet at this point. So I'm using existing capital that I have found in our capital program for road rehabilitation to be used towards a project that is important to our constituents.
Thank you. Again, I'm just not sure that, I think this is a great step forward. I'm just not sure that it addresses it, but I totally agree with the spirit of what you're saying. Do any other members of committee wish to speak on this item? Sorry, Mr. Marshall, would you like to speak?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, just a point of, I guess, technical clarification. There is an ability to add an additional capital sheet to put these works in. So if member of committee wanted to add some capital works to this, they have the ability to, and it would be voted through an amendment.
Okay, Councillor Roy DeClemente, I'm not sure if you want to entertain that. Sorry, I have a question. Mr. Molinari, does the way that the motion is written, using the past project and the explanation underneath, does that deliver the spirit of what Councillor Roy DeClemente is suggesting? It would start it, but it would not. We don't even know how much it could cost. It could end up being $4 million. I don't want to make numbers up, but if we do this and I don't know how much it's going to cost, and sorry, I'll stop talking. If you could answer my question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, part of the design process is to actually come up with the cost estimate. So as that project is nearing the end of its design now, we would be under normal process. We would take that cost estimate and we would put a capital sheet together based on that. So I'm not certain of the dollar value that's associated with that project at this time. $1 million certainly is a good chunk of money to start off. I'm not certain if it's too much or not enough at this point. But if council wanted us to move forward with this, with the capital project, we could certainly bring one forward as part of this budget process. We could advance some of those costs now for construction and put that sheet together for council's consideration, with the understanding that we would endeavor to tender the project in 2026. But we wouldn't be finishing it. We obviously, as I mentioned, we've got a couple of pretty significant projects in the hopper now. We would try to get this project positioned, tendered and moving, but with likely completion in 2027. But we could advance that to the 2026 timeframe if that's what council wishes.
Okay, so if you are suggesting that a capital sheet could be brought, would it be brought later today, or it would be brought on December 2nd? What is my understanding of this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we could certainly rough something out over the next couple days and provide it to the treasurer, who could then distribute it as appropriate.
Okay, so that being the case, this has acted as a catalyst to have this capital sheet delivered to us. I am going to be voting no, in the spirit of that we will have a proper capital sheet brought forward to us, so that we can look to support that. That will be my position. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what, given that explanation, then what I would like to do is amend this motion to simply withdraw this change to the capital program, and simply that staff be directed to prepare a capital sheet for Rogers Road to reflect the tendering of the project in 2026.
Great, thank you. Mr. Deputy Clerk, I'll allow you. Mr. Deputy Clerk is taking care of business for us here. It's just while we're putting this up, the opportunity, I think, would be to have other council amendments or committee member amendments entertained. Once we move past this, it might be appropriate to take a break to allow for our Treasurer's Department to be able to come back and provide us with updated information of everything that we've been able to do here this morning, and then that would allow us to come back after that break to be able to discuss the item that we had tabled and where we're looking to land with everything. Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in that regard, I would take advantage of the break period just to have a little bit further chat with General Manager Molinari to see whether there's any ability for us to bring back something to you today while you're sort of heads in the budget and in deliberations, to see if we could deal with the road rehab piece, even if it's, in a form that's not perfect, but enough that it gives you the information you need to make an informed decision. But if you can leave that with us, I don't want to make a commitment we can't keep, but we will see whether there's anything we can do to help you out with that today.
Coming out of this vote, I hope, I trust that you will do everything to expedite and move us through the process, so thank you. So we do have a motion on the screen. Be it resolved that staff be directed to bring forward a capital request on the reconstruction of Rogers Road to advance the project in 2026. Are you content, Councillor Roy DiClemente, with that as written? I'm seeing a nod. Any further discussion? All those in favor? And motion carries. Wonderful. Okay, so now the opportunity, and thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente, for all of that time and effort put into your amendments. Appreciate it. Folks around the table, around the dais, from the committee, any other amendments that wish to be entertained now? The hope is that the opportunity to entertain them now will better inform treasurers to provide us information after the break to be able to come back with as full a picture as they can as they kind of present next items. We have Councillor Leahy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm following up from a question that I had at the beginning of the process, and it was with regard to economic development. And I would like to hopefully get the answers to those questions that I asked about economic development, because in the budget it talks about creating and initiating various projects. And so I'm wondering at this point if you can provide us with any further detail on that.
Mr. Krupnik.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Councillor Leahy, I would need a moment just to pull up some of the kind of responses to that. I'm also wondering if it would be beneficial to send responses to council as well for consideration on some of those questions you issued or you raised at, I believe, our first day of budget, Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the reason I'm asking for the update is because it affects whether or not I would like to put forward an amendment with regard to that budgeting item. And so is there an opportunity after today to put forward future amendments, or is today the last day to put forward amendments?
Today is essentially the last day. I'm sure procedurally you could look to get them in, of course, but
because I would like to discuss that further through you, Mr. Chair.
And through you, Mr. Chair,
because it affects whether or not I...
Perhaps, Councillor, as well,
Yes.
at the break, I can use that moment as well to regroup all the kind of considerations that my Manager of Economic Development provided in response to your questions,
Yes.
and we can provide it to you after the break.
I would appreciate that.
Thank
Thank you very much. I'm looking for some specific numbers for some specific projects so that we can see whether or not it's more or less than we feel might need to be amended. Thank you.
understood. Thank you. We have Councillor Carruthers with your hand up.
Thank you. I submitted an amendment to the clerk's department in reference to my comments earlier when we were looking at ways to offset the reduction due to not getting ASE fines. I had suggested that we look at our targeted cost reduction line in the tax supported summary. So that's on page 11 of 345. And one of the things I've been very proud of this town is how our staff every year have put in an amount of in-year savings where they look to their own departments to cut back. So when people say, oh, there's always waste to be cut, well, our staff are looking at that all the time. So every year, and I went back to 2019, every year we've had a substantial amount on that line, showing that our staff within the year will cut back within their own departments. This year, for some reason, though, it's been reduced to 89,000. That's a historic low. Going back, last year was 360. The years before that, it was 272. So I put in the amount for last year. Maybe the clerk can put that up to amend the targeted cost reductions from a savings of 89,000 to a savings of 360,000. So we're asking staff to dig a little deeper corporate-wide to help make up some of that shortfall. And this is what they were able to achieve last year. So I'm putting forward the same amount for this year.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Is there discussion or comments from this procedurally has been how I'm doing it and how it's worked, but do staff wish to comment on the amendment and then allow for dialogue with council, our CAO?
Mr. Chair, first of all, appreciation to Councillor Carruthers for sort of acknowledging that East Gwillimbury's practice is extraordinarily unique, where we pass a budget and rather than go through the budget and say, hey, can we sharpen our pencils once a year, we've got the pencil sharpener out 12 months of the year. And so there's a target that's set every year that as we're going through and looking for efficiencies in our operations, that is part of what we would refer to as our continuous improvement program and continuously looking for improved opportunities for value for money in program and service delivery. The reason that number has reduced over time is because there's a point at which you are limited in terms of where you go to find additional savings. So I would say when you're 15% or 15 positions less than the benchmark average, your lowest relative taxes, you've got no debt, we're pretty lean. However, I respect the fact that the councillor's saying for this coming year, can we bump that back up? Absolutely, you can. I'm just providing a little bit of context as to why that number might reduce a little bit over time. But we are committed to finding those savings throughout the year, and I appreciate where the councillor's coming from on this.
Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. Historically, I think what we had been aiming for was, in the past, I think it was about a 1% in year targeted cost reductions. I know that this is the second time that the CAO has referenced the fact that we were 15 positions short. Well, with this budget, it looks like we're adding at least 13. We've got, and I'm not even sure if that includes all of the staff that are on contract or on special projects. So for me, I don't see that that staffing shortfall as quite so alarming. Thank you.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would support Councillor Carruthers' motion here. I think it's what differentiates us from other municipalities, and I think we can find it. So I'm happy to support.
I want to allow the opportunity for any other committee members to ask questions or comment. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much. Are we going to vote on this before we move on to my question about an amendment? A different one.
So this has been tabled.
Yes. Yeah.
And we are speaking to it.
Yep.
And so then after we speak to it, we'll vote, and then it will the opportunity to come up next. I have offered the opportunity for committee to speak. Do any staff wish to speak? Okay, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding is correct, is with regard to this particular amendment, we can put in a target, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the staff would be able to reach that target. It's just that you'd like to change the target to be more aspirational. Is that correct?
Mr. CAO.
Mr. Chair, if there's a target established through the budget process, staff have had a history of finding a way somehow to hit the target.
Okay.
I'm simply suggesting that to infer, and back to the comment that was made about adding 13 positions, I don't want to debate this back and forth. That would be after adding these positions that we'd have a shortfall. So I don't want to get into nuances about this. The reality is we are very lean. We're very efficiently run. And at this point, it gets tougher. I'm simply suggesting to hit the target. If council passes this target, your staff will deliver.
Okay.
So where I'm thinking, because honestly, hearing that comment, if we pass the target, staff will deliver. We could, 570 sounds nice, but I recognize at some point what is realistic and achievable. And what I'm trying to get my head around is I recognize that we are looking to address the shortfall. Currently sitting here today, I don't know what the global number is that we are looking to address. Because I don't know if that 360 number is the perfect number, or if it should be 270, or, potentially higher or lower based on the fact that it is a negative number. If we do the vote, okay, I'm happy to vote. I'm not sure if we as council need, or as committee need any further information before having this vote called. Councillor Carruthers has her hand up. I'll leave it to my colleagues to comment further if they like, and otherwise I can call the vote.
Thank you. So this number isn't just aspirational or pulled out of thin air. This is what the target was last year. And as Councillor Roy Clemente mentioned, historically it had been 1%, and 1% I believe would be 420. So it's significantly below the 1%. So I feel it's an achievable target. We're hearing from our CAO that if this is what council wants, staff will deliver. And it's the same as anything else within our budget. Staff try to meet the numbers that we give them. So I think this is a reasonable amount based on historic averages. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further clarification just to provide, to ensure clarity? Mr. Marshall?
So through you, Mr. Chair, just for some clarity and maybe some helpful comments, a 1% increase is $356,000. So this target would be basically 1%. Based on where we're at, I heard that committee wanted to offset the loss in revenue, which was $389,000. The amendment that was put through to reallocate the funding of the one position of 145 left us with a target of $245,000 that would be required to offset that loss in fines. And this amendment would have an impact of $271,000. So it would be over what we needed to accomplish.
Okay, so this is what we have tabled. Any further discussion? Seeing Councillor Leahy.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So with that suggestion made by the treasurer, then would a friendly amendment reducing it to $240,000 be considered by the mover of this resolution to align it with the data that's been provided by our treasurer?
So I will say that Councillor Roy D. Clemente has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am more than fine with the 360,000. This is in line with what we've done previously. And I would prefer to see it at this amount and vote on it. If that motion fails, then we could probably reconsider it. But at this point, I think this is fair and appropriate. If it takes us below what we needed to fill the automated speed enforcement revenue is, that's great, frankly. It brings our tax rate down further. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Roy D. Clemente, I'll allow you to remove your hand there before we call the vote. Yeah, thank you. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, any other members of committee wish to speak to any amendments? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much. I have a couple more questions, which may or may not lead to a proposal of an amendment. So on page 11, which we were just discussing about the item of the targeted cost reductions, on that list there is an item that says rent, and under Parks and Rec it says 29,000, and then under library it says 185,000. So to provide clarity, what is the current going rate for rent, and could you please clarify exactly who is paying the rent, and if we need to look at increasing rent at our facilities?
We'll just allow folks to catch up. I know there's sometimes rental agreements are contractual, so they don't, they may not allow for increases. Sometimes rent may allow for stepped increases. I will allow Mr. Karmazin to respond.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what page was being referenced?
Page
for
11
staff's-
of 345, yeah, in our original binders. Yeah. Page 11 of 345. It's about 2/3 the way down, and it's rent under the first column. Yeah.
Mr. Marshall?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify the question, page 11 is the rent that we're paying.
So the town of East Gwillimbury is paying Parks and Rec and paying the library?
Well,
That doesn't,
So Parks and
Yeah.
Rec
It's
is
the-
paying rent.
it's the tax-supported summary.
Right. So,
Oh,
so
okay.
Mr. Karmazin can clarify a bit further. But yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the councillor's referencing, under the Parks and Rec column, the councillor's referencing a third-party agreement we have with the York District School Board for the Harvest Hills Activity Center. And that's a contracted obligation that allows us that space for that community to use in conjunction with the gym space. And there would be a revenue offset within the broader Parks and Rec budget towards that rental amount. And if I'm also not mistaken, and I would refer to finance to interject at any time, but I believe the rental fee for the library is an internal transfer for the cost per square footage of the operations of those facility spaces that are part of a broader community center under Parks and Rec. So it really is, it's a transfer out of the library budget, I believe, into the Parks and Rec budget. So, and that is an internal accounting mechanism.
So I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So for clarity, the library is paying $185,000, $676 to the town for rent?
Mr. Karmazin?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. That is to operate the fixed facility. So at anything from the staff to operate the fixed facility to furniture, fixture, and equipment repairs to the fixed facility repairs, utilities, cleaning, response repair and maintenance. All of those items that would fall under the Parks and Rec budget as expenditures for maintaining the library fixed facility.
Thank you. I'm gonna let a little bit of time go by so I can absorb that. Because we're giving money to the library, and then the library is giving it back to us, and then it seems to be moving around. So I will absorb that. But I had one further question, if I may. It's about a different line item. And I'm looking for areas where perhaps there's an opportunity to get some money from to save in other areas. And on addendum number 1, item 3, page 1 of 2, I'm looking at, under discretionary town reserves, we have COVID operating grant. And in 2026, there's an uncommitted fund balance of $245,618. So could we have some context and understanding behind the COVID operating grant? As my understanding is that the COVID pandemic is over. So what are the parameters around what that COVID operating grant can be used for? Is there a date at which it expires, those grant monies? And could that COVID operating grant be used in other ways that might help offset some of the expenses?
Mr. Marshall.
So through you, Mr. Chair, those grant funds we received during the pandemic, and they had some criteria that had to be used. So it had to be used for personal protective equipment or items or works that helped for safety in terms of when we were going through the pandemic. So some of those funds have been committed, and there's a bit that is left that we would use for items that meet that criteria. And for example, we have used some for the construction of the reconstruction of the customer service area, because that was to help with protection of individuals. So that's the type of works that funding can be used for.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question. I'm not sure if the CAO would like to comment on it, but is there a deadline for it to be used, or are there any other creative ways that we could increase safety measures? God forbid there's another health issue or a pandemic or emergency, but are there projects that we could be proactively doing now to use the funds that continue to sit in the uncommitted fund balance?
Mr. Marshall.
So through you, Mr. Chair, there were some reporting criteria that had been applied. I believe we're no longer required to report as much as we used to. We had to report quarterly before, but now it's a longer time frame. But we do look for opportunities where we could use that funding, and it is ongoing. So we do look for opportunities.
Mr. Valchik, did you want a final comment on that?
Yeah, just to indicate, just to corroborate what the treasurer has said, that we are always looking for appropriate opportunities to use those funds. And I want to go back, just if I could, for a little clarity on the library rent figure that was highlighted, because it's actually a really good question. Why would we provide money and then the library provides it back? It really comes down to a little bit better transparency around cost of operating the library, because you could not put that in and it would give the impression that there's no cost to the space that they're utilizing within our facilities, but in fact there is a cost. And so this is to try and provide a bit better transparent reporting. I had this question over the years many times, so it's a question that has come up before, and I'm glad you've raised it again. But really it is an attempt to make sure that from a financial budgeting and reporting point of view, we're providing a bit more of a transparent cost of running the library operation. And that is a legitimate cost in utilizing space within a town facility.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Not seeing any more amendments, I will just make the suggestion or make the ask, because this is going to be a working lunch for everybody to work through to figure out, do you wish to return at 1 or do you wish to return at 1:30?
For staff, 1:30 would work a little bit better, just if we've got some capital sheets to try and put together and so on, but we're absolutely at the will of the Budget Committee, Mr. Chairman, so.
I have nods for my suggestion of the 1:30, so we'll see everybody back here at 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It is now 1:30. We're in the second portion of our Budget Committee deliberations. And to that end, I'll turn it over to Mr. Marshall to help guide us through the work that was completed in the last 90 minutes.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. We were assigned 2 tasks over the lunch hour. One was to provide a revised or updated capital sheet for the inclusion of Rogers Road rehabilitation work. And the people here have a copy of that on their desk, and we've also sent that out through email to the people who are with us remotely. And what we've done is updated the road reconstruction project that was included in the 2026 budget to include the Rogers Road work. So if there's any questions with that, myself or General Manager Molinari can help with that.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Mr. Molinari, do you want to speak to this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, nothing further at this time. If there's any questions, I'm happy to provide any answers.
Great. So, members of committee, you were circulated this item. I'm not sure if everybody's had time to review. However, this would require an amendment to be put into the budget as an additional capital project. If Councillor, oh, wonderful. I was just going to say Councillor Roy D. Clemente, and I looked at my screen and her hand is up. Councillor Roy D. Clemente.
Happy to move amending the capital budget sheet as presented to us.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Clerk. There you go. We can see it on the screen before us. Councillor Roy D. Clemente moved. Any discussion? And Councillor Leahy, thank you.
Thank you very much. Through you, Councillor Johns. I'd have a question for the Treasurer with regard to this. What impact will this have on the property tax increase if we approve this capital project?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's reserve funded, so it will not have an impact on the 2026 tax levy increase.
Any other members of committee? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Motion carries. So I believe there was 2 items. Yeah, Mr. Marshall, if you could.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the second item was to provide committee with an update as to where we are in terms of our tax levy operating budget based on the amendments. So when we started the process in day 1, there was an average impact to the average household of $98. We've gone through 3 days of amendments, and we have one more amendment to include, which is the removal of the automated speed enforcement fines. And once that is done, we'll be standing at an impact of $90 per household, per average household.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. There's questions, comments to Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. So, but we didn't finalize, my understanding is where we were going to find the monies to cover that, correct? There was some discussion about asset management and reducing the investment in asset management, and some discussion about using the provincial funds of $1 million to also reduce the impact of that fines and levies from the automated speed cameras, but I don't believe a decision was made about where we're actually going to find that money from. Is that correct?
So we did actually find the money and part of our deliberations before, but Mr. Marshall, did you want to speak to that?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. Committee made an adjustment to the targeted cost savings that we have in our budget, and that adjustment basically offset the funds that we would have been receiving through the automated speed enforcement, along with an adjustment to the funding of one of the staffing requests that was in our list. So those two adjustments offset the amount of fines that were in the budget originally.
Thank you for that clarification and reminder of what all of the final bottom line was as a result of those discussions.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Wonderful, yeah, and infrastructure not touched. Yeah, asset management, the infrastructure not touched. I think I saw a hand, Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Yes, thank you. Just the $90 per household, what does that work out to as a percentage, please?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that works out to 3.75%.
Thank you. I guess it would be appropriate at this time to make sure that we had the amendment tabled regarding the ASE for housekeeping purposes. Mr. Clerk, would you mind putting that on the screen? And Councillor Crone, did you want to move? Is that what you're saying? Or?
It's fine, yeah, happy to move.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy to move.
Thank you.
I would rather not have, but we'll move.
So, Mr. Deputy Clerk is putting that on the screen for us to see. Councillor Crone has graciously moved this. And we will allow for any discussion. Just want to make sure that everybody sees appropriately. Okay, looks like we have it here, folks. So Councillor Crone has moved this. The Budget Committee recommends that the Council amend the EPW tax-supported budget fees and penalties. There it sits. Any further discussion? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. Given that there is a tangible amount that we had have foregone as part of this situation, I wonder if we should also include some direction to staff to seek provincial support through the funds that they have recommended. It was part of my resolution regarding our Safer Streets program, and I understand why that wasn't included. But I still think it's important that we advocate for the province to support our Safer Streets program, since they've removed the ability to implement the automated street speed enforcement program.
Councillor Crone, this is your motion.
Yeah, happy to make the amendment.
So clerk will be looking for that wording. He's just pulling it up. Councillor Crone will be amending that, and Councillor Leahy has question comment.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to remind everyone again that actually our treasurer mentioned this when he first put forward the proposal to deal with it, that the chances of us receiving funding from the province are certainly potentially not very likely, is since we were not considered to be on a list of those municipalities who suffered a loss with this removal of the potential of an automated speed enforcement program. So while I think it's always good to advocate for it, I think that the expectations need to be managed in terms of realistically what the likelihood is if they are focusing first and prioritizing those municipalities that had invested in equipment and staff, et cetera. So is my understanding correct, Mr. Marshall?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the first round of funding, that is correct. The first round of funding, which is about $42 million, is only for those municipalities that have enacted automated speed enforcement. The second round, there's not a lot of details on that yet, but it's an application base, so we're not sure whether we would qualify or not. We need more details on that.
Absolutely. Thank you for the clarification, and I think it's always good to be advocating, and hopefully in the second round there may be some creative ideas that we might be able to access in order to improve safety overall for the roads of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Councilor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. I just wanted to ensure that we included that staff be directed to seek funding from the province for further enhancement of the Safer Streets program. Because that second round, they announced a large pot of money. The first tranche was for municipalities who had a direct hit on their operating budget since they already had a program in place, and the second one would be application based, and that piece was for literally for the same things that we're working on in the Safer Streets program. So I would be surprised if we weren't eligible, but certainly want to give authorization for staff to pursue it and to fill out applications. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, Councilor Crone, you're fine with that? So we don't need to, wonderful. Okay. So any further discussion on this as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion carries. Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Marshall, from a housekeeping perspective, is there anything else that needs to occur?
Through you, Mr. Chair, nothing in terms of amendments that have been tabled.
Thank you. Members of Budget Committee, this is my list that we work through and what I have on my screen. Is there any other members that wish to? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. We were going to have an update on the economic development, if that is the next item on the agenda.
Through Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, if the team would like to hear the update. So Mr. Marshall through to Mr. Krubnik to.
Through you, Mr. Chair, apologies, I would have to hear that once again. Thank you.
So this is in reference to the economic development, the questions that were posed prior, and if you are prepared to speak to those now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are actually, in fact, I have Brennan Kenny with me today. He's the Manager of Economic Development. He is ready to speak to the items that were brought up by Councillor Leahy. So welcome to the lectern, Brennan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good to be in front of you, through you, Mr. Chair. So there were a couple of questions that were asked a couple of weeks ago, so I wanted to touch on those. So the first one was regarding tourism and the scope of the activities that we do internally regarding tourism. In general, our focus is not on overall tourism marketing, come to EG campaign, for example. It's primarily about supporting existing operators or individual operators or not-for-profits. And I'll give you a couple of concrete examples. The first being the Giving Place, which actually Acting Mayor Johns was able to provide them with the Central Chamber of Commerce Agribusiness Award a couple of weeks ago. And so we've helped them with connecting to the York Region Tourism Fund, where they were able to receive funding. They actually hosted a Night of 1,000 Candles event fundraiser, and that helped bring awareness to food security initiatives. And they are also working through new B2B partnerships as well. So that's really the opportunity that we've had with them, is to try and move forward their business individually. Another one that you heard at around the table here last week was actually the Culture Crawl that was hosted by the Arts and Culture Committee. So that's something where we acted as a resource to them, connecting them with local businesses, connecting them to resources through the Central Counties Tourism, and we also promoted in a limited way in assistance with our events team. So those are sort of the more concrete examples. I mean, obviously, tourism for now is a secondary sector that's been identified in our strategic plan, and so there's always an option for council to extend and improve what we're doing. But generally, we're at resource capacity at this point in economic development, and so it would be a resourcing and potentially a staffing discussion or resourcing overall to be able to increase that. There was also, just related to that, a question about, is tourism involved in investment attraction or investment readiness? It's not. Generally, what is included as an investment attraction and readiness is support to commercial and industrial investors that are seeking to make investments in East Gwillimbury, supporting them with due diligence, supporting them with the data they need, and potentially doing some proactive marketing campaigns on East Gwillimbury. So that covers sort of the tourism question. I can pause there, or I can continue the next one if you'd like.
Any questions from committee regarding tourism? Continue.
Okay. The second was about business support. There's a capital program and project that we have about business support with specific emphasis in the downtown. So I wanted to bring your attention to a couple of initiatives that are happening and using that capital funding. We're supporting businesses through consultations and mentorship, and there's multiple ways to do that. Consultations generally is with our team, and be able to support them, connect them to resources that they need. We almost act as sort of the center of the ecosystem, so to speak, and pointing them in the right direction, and we have multiple partners that we work with for that. When sometimes that scope gets more detailed, we bring in mentors to help support them on a one-to-one basis or on a small group basis. And so we're doing that across the community. One example, Benjamin Moore in Mount Albert. We've actually worked with that business for 5 years now, through the pandemic, trying to support their activities, connecting them to grant and resource programs, which they've actually received those grants, doing Google Business Updates, photography for the business, and other things. And then as we get into downtown revitalization, we're actually working very closely with Mr. Molinari's team and the engineering team on ongoing communications and updates, meeting people where they are. So if they want virtual, great. If they want in-person, great. We've gone into the businesses multiple times, and my colleague Brittany leads that. We've also revamped our EG Loves Local campaign. So you'll see that on our Advantage EG website, where we have created dedicated business listings for the downtown, starting in Mount Albert and in Holland Landing, and that will expand over time. So that allows people to get a bit of a knowledge on what's going on in their own community, especially during revitalization, and working with our partners to support them on an ongoing basis. So I think that sort of covers the gamut of, I think, what was asked, but happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Members of committee, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Councillor Johns. So in the past, I've brought up tourism and opportunities that I feel that we could be missing currently, because we don't have that as a priority. It's a part of a secondary, tertiary factor in our overall plan. But in my mind, creating jobs and creating economic opportunities through businesses and commercial aspects should be a priority. And I think that there's the opportunity to definitely increase what's going on in terms of economic development in East Gwillimbury. And so in the budget that has been tabled, and we've been discussing it, under that section of economic development, there were a couple of projects, and there was a project from previous term that wasn't actually, they didn't use the money, right? You didn't use the money in that department. Is that my understanding correct? So could you tell us a little bit more about what you're creating with this budget in economic development and what projects you're focusing on.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps, Councillor, I could just ask if you can reference the exact item you might be talking about with regards to ECDEV, so that Brendan can respond appropriately.
Well, maybe the treasurer can help. I had it at my fingertips earlier, but there was definitely a line there, and the justification was creating and initiating economic development opportunities. So I just wanted some more details about the budget for those projects in terms of what tangible outcomes are we getting and what tangible outcomes did we have from the last budget.
Mr. Chair, what project, Mr. Kenny has actually laid out or explained both of the 2026 capital projects that are currently in the budget. What line item or project are we referring to?
I was referring to the description that was attached to those about creating and initiating. So I wanted more further detail on creating and initiating, because I think economic development should be prioritized at a higher level than it currently is. And so I'm looking to my fellow councillors for some consideration of whether we need to pass a motion to increase the significance of tourism in the plan as we move forward.
So we'll just let
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Kenny.
that neither of those capital projects has the word creating and initiating in their descriptions. Neither of them.
Thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente. I'll let Mr. Kenny, who has asked the question, be able to respond to his area of focus.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Most of our budget is actually through capital. So we actually have multiple capital initiatives, some of which are multi-year initiatives. So that may answer that some spending is sort of ebbs and flows throughout the years. Generally, if we're talking about economic development in general, our focus is generally on investment readiness and attraction, on business retention and expansion, our local businesses, and generally on workforce development, which is something that we've not done as much recently. So those are sort of the main areas of focus. It's really about job creation and complete communities, and that sort of that balancing of, we had a growth workshop earlier this year where we talked about that residential tax base versus non-residential. And so there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes, collaborating with all of the departments that you see here to get East Gwillimbury in the best position for that growth and receiving those leads and those resources. Economic development is very different from many other departments in that we're in a competitive position. There's only one place to get a building permit. For example, we're a monopoly of sorts, whereas there are 444 municipalities across Ontario competing for investment. And so we have to treat our business like a business, our sort of branch like a business. And so that's really the work that we do behind the scenes, to work with the landowners, the developers, the site selectors, the realtors, to be able to put us in that best position.
Mr. Valchik.
Mr. Chairman, just to add a little bit to Mr. Kenny's comments, which I really appreciate. Our ECDEV team is very lean, not unlike most of the staffing across the organization. And so what you will see is, as we have major initiatives, you're going to see capital projects potentially that provides resourcing to assist with major job creation initiatives. So it may very well be if 2 months from now we hear about a major job creation initiative, that opportunity for East Gwillimbury, we could potentially be coming back with an in-year capital project to assist Mr. Kenny and his team to support the job creation efforts in our community, because we are very actively looking to diversify the tax base and create jobs. And in many cases, those will be through what I would call time-specific project budgets, as opposed to sort of a larger department that would be in place sort of waiting for someone to knock at our door.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, that's very helpful. I really appreciate the follow-up, and I appreciate the further details and the specific examples, because we need to put meat on the bones in terms of understanding exactly what's going on in such a critical department, and things that we might have to look forward to in terms of in mid-year capital projects or specific projects, timeframes, time-specific projects. So thank you for sharing that context and that more information on those possibilities to grow jobs in East Gwillimbury. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And, sorry, Mr. Kenny, Mr. Crone, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I just wanted to, thank you through you, Mr. Chair, tack on to what my ward mate is saying, and I think we're in perfect alignment. I couldn't agree more. Economic development is an elegant way to diversify our tax base and do well by our town and keep people off the 404 and the 400 and keep them local. When I think back to the first budget, Councillor Roy DiClemente will remember this. When we were doing our first budget, we kind of looked at each other and said, we're missing something here, and we put in a new economic development manager, I think it was at the time. Anyways, we started growing the department back then, and it takes time. There's a long tail. As I'm not telling Mr. Kenny anything he doesn't already know, but it takes time. There's a long tail to these developments. I think when we first had the Loblaws Center, that was back in, I'm going to say 2022, that it first came to us, and they're about ready to fully open their doors. So, and that is considered, I'm told, in the economic development world, warp speed for doing something. So it does take a bit of time, but it's well worth it when it gets going. So I'm really glad to hear this support for economic development. It's definitely a focus for this town. It needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of committee wish to have any questions, comments for Mr. Kenny? Seeing none, Mr. Kenny, thank you. Mr. Krubnik, thank you. Mr. Marshall, do you have anything else for committee?
Through you, Mr. Chair, nothing left at this time.
Members of committee, do you have anything else for Mr. Marshall? Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Marshall. Just so I can be clear on the time frame, the next council meeting on December 2nd, I presume we will ratify this budget, presuming that goes smoothly. How long does the mayor have to, endorse it or possibly veto our amendments? What's her timeline after we ratify?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the mayor has until December 9th to decide whether she would like to veto any or all of the amendments. If she decides not to, the budget is deemed adopted at that time. If she vetoes some or all of the amendments, council then has until December 16th to override the veto, and you need to override with a 2/3 majority. So at the end, the latest date is the December 16th.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I'm taking that it's on a week by week. So if, just for argument's sake, let's say we decided to table the budget on the 2nd and vote on it to the 16th. Or so let's say we didn't deal with the budget on December 2nd and decided to deal with it on the 16th. Would that mean the mayor has till a week from then? Or is it very strict on the dates, 2nd, 16th?
So through you, Mr. Chair, if no amendments are tabled by December 2nd, the budget is deemed adopted.
So I do see a counselor's hand up, and I also have our CAO's hand up. If CAO, if you'd like to provide clarification, then we'll go to Councillor Carruthers.
Mr. Chair, just for clarity, you are sitting right now as Budget Committee. On December 2nd, Council will make a determination whether it wishes to formalize these proposed amendments by the Budget Committee. So if Council doesn't deal with it on the 2nd, then those amendments essentially cease to exist on December 3rd. So you need December 2nd in order to formalize through council what you are determining to be priority adjustments as Budget Committee, after which the mayor would have, as the treasurer indicated, until the 9th to review anything that council, not Budget Committee, council endorses as amendments. And then if, as the treasurer indicated, if the mayor was not to veto anything that comes out of council, it would be deemed adopted. If the mayor does choose to veto one or more, then there is still an opportunity for council to revisit those one last time to finalize the process.
So, just so that I'm clear through you, Mr. Chair, as of December 16th, we'll have a pretty solid understanding of what the final tax rate and increase will be at that point, just so that I'm clear.
Mr. Chair, December 16th or earlier, depending on how the process goes.
Councillor Carruthers, you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you. So just, first of all, just a clarification, then I'll get to my question. At no point in time do we ratify the budget. We're only talking about amendments. There's no point in time where this council votes on the budget. So anyone who says they're voting against the budget, that's not a thing. That our only control on the strong mayor's budget is the amendment. So we can vote for the amendments. Most of those are cuts that we made to the budget, but there's not an opportunity for us to table a budget, to vote on a budget. It's only the amendments because it's a strong mayor's budget. So I just want to make that really clear because there was confusion last year. My question is just about asset management. I just want to find out from Mr. Marshall where in our binder we see the investment in asset management. And remember, it's not easy to find, and I'm sorry I have a cold, so I'm not functioning at my highest level, and I just can't find where that line is. I just want to make sure that we're making that investment that was suggested.
Mr. Marshall.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So if you look at page 12 in your book, under contributions, under transfers, under contributions to reserves, there's an amount under corporate-wide that includes a number of contributions to reserves, which also includes the contribution to asset management. So it's kind of a rolled-up number. You're not going to see that number stick out specifically in this detail, but it is included in that number.
And what would that number be?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's $569,500 is the additional contribution. The total the cumulative contribution is $1.2 million.
And help remind me, is that in line with what is recommended in our asset management plan?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the additional contribution for 2026 is what was recommended in the asset management plan.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Members of committee, any additional questions, comments for Mr. Marshall? Mr. Marshall, to you and the team, thank you sincerely. We have a
Mr.
question.
Chair, I did have my
Okay.
hand up, sorry.
My
I didn't mean
apologies.
to interrupt. I know you've got your summative comments, but I just wanted to clarify. So that line in contributions to reserves includes $569,000 for asset management. Mr. Marshall then said something about $1.2 million cumulative. Can I have some further clarification on that, please?
Sure. So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll read from the binder here. So the contribution to reserve under the corporate-wide initiatives has an amount of $4.4 million in it. That includes $1.2 million of contributions to asset management. The increase of $569,000 is in that because the previous amount was, $645,000 before. So you add the 645 plus the 569, and you get the 1.2 million, which is included in that number.
So our 2026 contribution to our reserves for the purposes of asset management is 1.2 million or 1.769 million?
1.2 million.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. So I was saying thank you to Mr. Marshall and the team. Councillor Crone, you had some final comments you wanted to make?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and if I would encourage any of my colleagues to express their final comments as well. But I wanted to thank everyone in the room here for all the hard work that's been done over the last month. Certainly the members here up on the dais and staff for everything that went into this. We had a few curveballs thrown at us, and we've responded. I want to thank staff for their, I'll say, sacrifices. I know you didn't get everything you wanted, and it's appreciated that those sacrifices were made. When you look at where we've been over the last 5 years, our average tax rate increase was 4%. Our 8-year average was about 3.4%. So we're getting back into line where we need to be historically, and I'm glad to see that we're going in the right direction. There's some good things in this budget. We're hiring 4 new firefighters full-time. We're making a commitment to getting the ball rolling on a fire station for Sharon, and we're keeping our commitment to asset management, and that's good. So I'm happy with the work we've done, and I appreciate every effort among staff and my colleagues alike. Thank you for this budget process. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for acknowledging that we are getting back on track of what residents consider a reasonable increase in terms of their taxes. The effort that was required and the increases resulting from 2 years of the previous council of having 0% increase for 2 years in a row of the previous council put us in the hole, and that we've had to come back from. But my question remains, which I raised earlier today in the process, is if it's possible to keep it at 3.75% this year, potentially, how come that wasn't possible in the past 2 years? That is the overall question that residents would like to understand, because the overall percentage is closer to 24%. And the previous councillor speaking was talking about how that's getting us back on track, which it should be. But I'd like to understand how come we were able to achieve it this year, but in previous years we weren't able to keep it below 3%. I mean, below 4%.
So I think that I'll be able to respond to your comments there, Councillor, with your own words. You noted the 0% and 0% for 2 years. And those 2 years against the 4 years, that certainly does make an impact. And so to Councillor Crone's point about the alignment, I believe the math delivers directly on your question. And so
I think that's important to acknowledge because I think our taxpayers are reasonable. They understand about inflation, they understand about costs. They want us always to be responsible and efficient, and they're willing to pay more in their taxes for the services that are being delivered. However, they appreciate that it's at a much more reasonable rate than it has been in the past couple of years.
Great.
I wanted that acknowledged.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leahy. Is there any other comments, final words from councillors of the committee? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. I agree with everything that how Councillor Crone summed things up with our investments in fire and our asset management program. I also think it's important to recognize that this is our first year where we are funding the Healthy Active Living Plaza for a full year. So that's a huge investment for our community, a huge service level increase that our residents will see. And also that despite the cutbacks for the ASE program, the automatic speed enforcement, since we no longer have the funding for that, we are able to maintain our road safety program almost in its entirety. So I think that's a huge benefit to our residents, and it shows the hard work of our staff in crunching the numbers to make sure that we could still do that. I also just wanted to point out that, as part of our policies on council conduct, there's something about not criticizing previous decisions of council because it just reopens the debate. And I don't want to reopen the debate about what we went through during COVID and why we decided on a 0% increase. So I just would like you, Mr. Chair, that when someone is criticizing a previous decision of council, that as chair, you uphold the rules of debate and not allow that. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much. It's the definition of accountability. Some may interpret it as criticism, but it's the definition of accountability. Thank you.
It's 2:11 p.m. and looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Crone, thanks. Be it resolved that the meeting at Budget Committee adjourn at 2:11 p.m. All those in favor? Motion carries.